What if everything you thought you knew about monsters was a lie, carefully crafted by those who fear the truth? In the shadows of the Albanian mountains, ancient beings stir, creatures that laugh in the face of reason and gnaw at the fabric of reality itself. You think you know legends? Think again. What if the stories of the Striga, a soul-sucking witch, were merely warm-ups for a far darker, far more sinister tale? Picture this, a village under siege, not by armies, but by a whisper that slithers through the night like a serpent. The Striga is just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath her lies a twisted lineage of nightmares, a pantheon of abominations that rumbles beneath the earth like thunder. Do you dare to listen? Because once you do, you risk awakening the horrors that have slumbered for centuries. With every tale spun around a fire, the line between reality and myth blurs, and the laughter of dark gods echoes like an unholy symphony. Imagine an ancient manuscript, inked in blood and sealed with the breath of the damned. It taunts you, daring you to read its pages. Would you? The stakes are higher than life and death. These stories are your ticket to madness. The Kul Shadra, a dragon that weaves storms, imbues the very air with a sense of impending doom. It's as if the clouds themselves conspire against you, whispering truths you dare not face. Who will rise and who will fall when the thunder crackles like the laughter of the gods?
Are you brave enough to confront the creatures that even the bravest warriors avoid?
No hero's journey here, just survival against the absurdity of a world where the grotesque is mundane. Picture a kingdom of the damned, where the fierce Bola dances on the graves of the fallen, her laughter echoing through the valleys, mocking the very essence of humanity. She knows your name, your fears, your secrets. And she feeds on them. How do you combat a being that knows you better than you know yourself? These aren't just tales, they're warnings, riddles wrapped in the fine silk of tradition, ready to ensnare the unwary. The irony is delicious, the more you read, the more you're ensnared. Why do the villagers stay? What kind of madness grips them? It's a curse, or is it a blessing? Perhaps the truth is a cocktail of both, served ice cold. Can you taste the tension? It's thick in the air, a palpable dread that seeps into your bones. The clock ticks louder, every second a heartbeat of the ancient ones growing impatient. Secrets? They ride like serpents beneath the surface, waiting for the moment you're least prepared. You want answers, but be careful what you wish for. The more you know, the more fragile your grip on sanity becomes. And remember, in a land where laughter mingles with terror, the real monsters wear faces you might recognize. Are you ready to step into the tangled web of Albanian mythology? Or will you flee, leaving the answers buried beneath a stone that's far too heavy to lift? The wind howled like a banshee, wrapping around the rocky crags of the Albanian mountains, an eerie symphony that whispered secrets of forgotten gods and lost souls. I stood there, heart pounding, as shadows danced across my vision, ghostly figures from centuries past, glimpses of a world steeped in myth, where dark forces roamed and the very air crackled with the weight of history. I remember the moment vividly, the chill traveling down my spine, the foreboding that settled in my chest like a heavy stone. In a village nestled between jagged peaks, time had forged its own story, one where the line between the living and the spectral blurred under the dim light of the moon. There, in that haunting stillness, I met two souls battling their own inner demons, drawn into a web of legends that would change them forever. Elira, with her raven-black hair and eyes that mirrored the night sky, carried a burden, a family curse that whispered through her blood, taunting her from the shadows. She had lost her brother to a creature of folklore, a beast that stalked the moonlit forests, a guardian turned predator. I remember, she would say, her voice trembling, the night he vanished. Her heart ached with an unbearable weight, a gaping hole where hope once lived. She was a warrior, fierce yet fragile, battling against the ghost of despair that wrapped around her like a shroud. Then there was Drighton, a man wrestling with the echoes of his past, a history stained with blood and betrayal. He was a descendant of heroes, or so the stories claimed, but those tales felt like chains binding him to a legacy that offered no solace. I remember, he would mutter under his breath, the words escaping like a prayer, the screams of those who fell. His hands, calloused and scarred, held a darkness he could not shake. He sought redemption in the shadows of his forefathers, searching for something, anything, that could exorcise the demons that haunted him. As night enveloped the village, Illyra and Drighton found solace in one another's pain, their hearts beating in sync with the pulse of the earth beneath them. The flickering light of a fire painted their faces with a ghostly glow, illuminating the weight of their shared grief and longing. They spoke of the ancient tales, the legends of the Kulshadra, a serpent-like creature that brought storms and sorrow, and the Striga, a harbinger of death who lurked in the shadows, waiting to prey on the weak. The stories were both a warning and a lullaby, cradling the villagers in a delicate balance between fear and fascination. "I can't let it end like this," Illyra said, her voice trembling like the flickering flame, not with him still out there. Her eyes burned with a fierce resolve, igniting a spark of defiance in the depths of her despair. Drighton met her gaze, feeling the gravity of her words. They were bound by a shared purpose, a quest that beckoned them toward the dark heart of their fears. The town had its own pulse, a rhythm of life entwined with the legends that shaped its very foundation. I could almost hear the whispers of the past echoing in the distance, telling tales of warriors and gods who had walked the same paths, hearts heavy with the weight of their choices. The villagers had learned to coexist with the myths, to dance in the shadows, believing the tales were lessons carved from centuries of heartbreak and triumph. "Life here is like a bad joke," Drighton joked hollowly, dark and absurd, like the time they thought a goat could ward off evil spirits. But beneath the humor lay a truth. The absurdity was a shield, a way to cope with the darkness that lurked just beyond the firelight. As the moon climbed higher, casting its spectral glow upon the world, Illyra and Drighton ventured into the night, their breath visible in the crisp air. They could feel time unraveling, moments slipping through their fingers like sand. The forest loomed before them, a labyrinth of shadows where the echoes of their ancestors beckoned. With each step, the air thickened, a palpable tension drawing them deeper into the heart of the unknown. "I can feel it," Illyra whispered, her voice barely audible, "the weight of their eyes on us." It was as if the spirits of the fallen were watching, waiting for a moment to reveal their truth, a truth that could pierce their souls or set them free. Drighton's heart raced, a wild animal clawing its way to the surface.
What if we are meant to confront it? What if this is our destiny? His voice trembled, uncertainty gnawing at him. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, a challenge to the universe itself. Then, the silence shattered. A howl echoed through the trees, primal and piercing, a cry that sent shivers racing down their spines. The legends were alive, breathing, ready to unfold in a clash of fury and fate. In this moment, the past and present collided, each heartbeat a reminder of the stories that shaped them, the curses, the myths, the blood that ran through their veins. They were not just characters in a tale, they were the living embodiment of a culture steeped in mythos, a legacy woven with tears and laughter, triumph and tragedy. And just when it seemed as if the night would swallow them whole, a flicker of light appeared in the darkness, a sign, a beacon, or perhaps a cruel deception. Yet it drew them like moths to flame, caught in the dance of destiny, stepping over the threshold into a confrontation that would etch their names into the annals of history. The air crackled with anticipation, a cosmic heartbeat matching their own as they took that fateful step forward. The shadows whispered secrets, the wind carried their fears, and in that moment, everything changed. I remember the stillness that followed, a haunting silence that promised nothing but change, a promise that echoed through the ages, binding their fates to the very essence of their land, Albania, where every legend lived, breathed, and begged to be told again. And at the edge of the dark, in a realm where time twisted and myth reigned supreme, I found myself standing, heart pounding, on the brink of revelation, forever woven into the tapestry of their struggle. The moon hung low, a ghostly lantern bleeding silver light across the cracked earth. A figure stood at the edge of the village, trembling in the dark, heart pounding like a war drum against the silence. Aisha clutched her son, Amir, close, feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin, a stark contrast to the frigid night. She could hear the murmurs of the elders behind her, their voices carrying the weight of centuries, secrets interwoven with fear. They were gathered in a circle, shadows flickering like restless spirits, their faces etched with lines of worry and wisdom. Tonight, the tales weren't just stories, they were a lifeline, a fragile thread connecting her to a past that threatened to unravel. "Tell it again," Amir whispered, his small fingers wrapping tightly around hers. His wide eyes glistened with innocence, unaware that the myth they were about to hear was more than mere fantasy. It was a warning, a remembrance of loss, a call to courage in the face of impending darkness. Aisha felt the pulse of her own fear resonate in his words. She remembered the tales her mother wove by the fire, the haunting echoes of heroes and monsters, of life and death. They were the bedrock of her childhood, but now they felt like stones lodged in her throat. The night chilled, a visceral grip squeezing her heart. She could hear the story begin, the elders' voices rising and falling like the tide, each inflection pulling at her very soul. Once, in the beginning, when the world was still a canvas of chaos, the words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of history, and Aisha closed her eyes, feeling the stories wrap around her like a shroud. The way they spoke of the great serpent, the one that coiled through the cosmos, a being of nightmares and dreams, sent shivers down her spine. They told of how it birthed the stars, how it devoured the sun, and in that darkness, humanity scrambled to find light. "We are the children of the serpent," an elder declared, his voice a thunderclap in the silence, "and we must remember." But what did it mean to remember? Aisha's pulse quickened. Each tale felt like a key, unlocking doors to memories she hadn't lived, yet felt embedded in her bones. She thought of her grandmother's hands, weathered and warm, as she recited the myths by the flickering firelight. "The stories keep us alive," her grandmother had said. "They bind our souls to the earth, protect our hearts from the shadows." Aisha felt the truth of those words twisting inside her, a bittersweet ache in her chest. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a piercing scream, slicing through the air like a blade. The villagers turned, eyes wide with horror, as shadows danced at the edge of the wood, where the trees twisted like fingers reaching for salvation. The elders fell silent, their stories forgotten, replaced by a primal fear that crackled in the air. Aisha felt Amir's grip tighten, his small body trembling against hers. She was a mother, a protector, yet in this moment, she felt so utterly helpless. "Mommy, I'm scared," Amir's voice was a whisper, barely audible above the weight of the night. She could barely breathe. The tales she told him at bedtime swirled in her mind like ghosts, tales of bravery and hope, of fierce warriors who faced insurmountable odds. Where were those warriors now? Where was the light that banished the darkness? The elders' eyes turned to her, as if sensing her turmoil, their faces a mixture of resolution and dread. "Aisha," one voice beckoned, shaky yet firm, "we need your strength. You must remember the tales." Aisha's heart thundered. Her strength? She was just a woman, a mother, lost in the shadows. But she felt the weight of the stories pressing against her chest, begging to be freed. "The serpent," she whispered, feeling the words spill from her lips. "The serpent can be tamed, can be made a guardian instead of a beast." The circle of villagers looked to her, wide-eyed, as if she had summoned an ancient magic. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes again, conjuring the images of her past, the flicker of flames, the aroma of spices, the laughter of ancestors echoing through the ages. "In the stories, there is always a choice," Aisha said, her voice growing stronger, emboldened by the truth of it. "We can choose to be the light in the darkness." With every word, the air thickened, charged with emotion. She felt the power of the oral tradition coursing through her veins, the very essence of her ancestors breathing life into her voice. The villagers leaned in, captivated, as she wove together the threads of myth and memory, spinning a tale of defiance against the shadows stalking them. Amir watched, his eyes wide, filled with a blend of wonder and fear. In that moment, he wasn't just her son, he was her anchor, her reason to fight against the encroaching darkness. "Mommy," he breathed, the faith in his voice igniting a spark within her. But the shadows loomed closer, and the air grew thick with an ominous promise. The elders murmured under their breath, the stories they had safeguarded for generations swirling like a storm. Aisha could feel the weight of their fears, their burdens pressing down like a heavy cloak. Yet, as she spoke, she felt a shift, an unexplainable connection binding them all, the past and present intertwining, forming a tapestry that reached far beyond the confines of their small village. Each word was a heartbeat, echoing through the night. "We are not just the sum of our fears, but the culmination of every story told, every voice raised in defiance." She remembered the laughter, the triumphs, the hope, it surged within her, raw and untamed.
The night whispered back, breathing life into the words, a symphony of fears and dreams, a testament to resilience. The tales became a shield, a weapon against the dark, and Aisha realized that the true power of oral tradition lay not just in preserving myths, but in igniting the fire of courage within them all. And as the shadows crept closer, she stood resolute, a mother transformed into a warrior, ready to confront the darkness with the weight of countless generations at her back, ready to reclaim the light. The air crackled with electricity, the night trembling with anticipation, as the stories surged forth, waiting for their moment to break free. The moon hung heavy and low, a watchful eye in the ink-black sky, its light spilling like molten silver across the cobblestones of the silent village. I stood there, breath hitching, heart pounding, an echo of drums in the stillness. The air crackled with tension, shadows swirling in corners, alive with whispers of long-forgotten tales. I remember the moment vividly, a chill crawled up my spine, wrapping around me like a serpent, warning me of the specters lurking just beyond the veil of the night. In this place, the stories of old were etched into the very fabric of existence, woven from the fibers of fear, joy, and the inexplicable. Here, where the lines between the living and the dead blurred like smoke, three souls collided amidst the chaos of longing and regret. I remember Sir Elias, his heart a fortress, yet so easily breached by love. His armor gleamed in the starlight, but beneath it, he was raw and trembling, a tempest of conflicting desires. He stood at the edge of the forest, the trees whispering secrets in a language only he could understand, battling the weight of his duty to battle the darkness threatening to consume the land and his longing for the fierce, wild heart of Arinna. Arinna, fierce and untamed, danced through the shadows, a flame flickering against the suffocating night. I remember her laughter echoing off the stone walls of the village, a haunting melody that could break even the darkest spells. But there was sorrow in her eyes, a wicked sadness that gnawed at her spirit. The tales of her ancestors hung like a noose around her neck, stories of love betrayed, of betrayal that birthed monsters. They called her a witch, a title she wore with both pride and bitterness, her fate tangled in the web of folklore that stretched like a shroud over her life. And then there was the ghost, the spectre of a forgotten hero, trapped in the liminal space between memory and oblivion. His name was lost to time, but his sorrow resonated in the heartbeats of those who dared to remember. He watched from the shadows, a guardian of the law, desperate to protect the living from the fate inscribed in the epic verses of the past. I remember him hovering over the village like a storm cloud, dark and foreboding, his presence a constant reminder that the stories we tell can bind us as much as they can free us. Tonight, the fabric of their lives began to unravel, the threads of destiny twisted around them, taut and unyielding. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life, each moment a chance to rewrite their stories. I remember Sir Elias stepping forward, the chill of the night wrapping around him, a hungry wolf ready to devour the very essence of his dreams. "I cannot fight this battle alone," he whispered, his voice a tremor, an echo of doubt. Arinna emerged from the darkness, her eyes ablaze with defiance. "You think you can bear the weight of the world on your shoulders alone? You are not a statue, Elias. You are flesh and blood." I remember the way her words wrapped around him, a raw, pulsating truth that cut deeper than any sword. But the spectre lingered, his ghostly face twisted in anguish, a silent plea for understanding. He had fought and fallen, a warrior lost to time, and yet he remained tethered to the ruins of his past, shackled by the stories that had defined him. I could feel his pain pulsing through the cool night air, a reminder that even the bravest souls could be caught in the web of their own histories, unable to break free. As the tension built, the air thickened with unspoken words, and I watched as their destinies clashed like thunder in the heavens. "What do you fear the most?" Sir Elias asked, vulnerability spilling from his lips like an open wound. I remember the palpable silence, the weight of that question hanging heavy between them. Elena's eyes darkened. "Fear?" "I fear the tales that bind us. I fear becoming a footnote in someone else's story, a ghost wandering these woods, forever searching for a path to freedom." I felt her pain reverberate within me, a raw ache that drew tears from my soul. The cosmos spun above us, indifferent to their plight, a vast expanse of stars flickering like distant hopes. But the spectre, hovering like a storm cloud, raised a bony finger, a warning in the silence. "You tread on sacred ground," he rasped, his voice a chilling whisper.
The tales of old are not mere stories, they are lifelines that bind us to the past. To forget is to fade into the shadows. The air crackled with tension, the unyielding past colliding with the fragile present. Everything hung in the balance, a delicate dance between love and duty, freedom and fear. I remember the way their eyes locked, sparks flying, the world around them dissolving into a blur of emotion. "I will not let the past define me," Sir Elias declared, his voice a battle cry against the darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. Elena stepped closer, her resolve shining like the sun breaking through the storm. "Then let us carve out a new tale, one that binds us not in chains but in love." I could feel the magic swirling between them, a tempest of raw emotion, every heartbeat thudded with the promise of something new, something beautiful. But the spectre lingered, a reminder that their choices would echo through the ages, rippling across the fabric of time. I remember feeling the weight of all the stories, the ghostly tales of love and loss, of heroes and monsters, swirling around them like a whirlwind. The night trembled with possibility, a canvas waiting to be painted anew. And as the clock struck midnight, a silence fell, thick and suffocating, like a shroud enveloping the village. The past loomed large, its shadows stretching across the cobblestones, a spectre of what once was. But the night was also alive with potential, a breath of hope daring to cut through the darkness. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath me, a heartbeat that resonated with the pain and joy of countless stories, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning, that every tale is intertwined with another. What would they choose? I was breathless, caught in the moment, waiting, watching, feeling the weight of their destinies hang in the air like a promise unfulfilled. I remember the weight of their hearts, the intensity of their emotions, a collision of desires, fears, and dreams. I felt their stories intertwining, each thread a heartbeat a chance to transcend the shadows of the past. And the moon, the watchful eye, bore witness to their struggle, its light a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness, a silent promise that their stories would never truly end, only transform. The wind howled like a banshee, cutting through the jagged peaks of the Albanian Alps, wrapping around Elda like a shroud, her breath misting in the cold air. She stumbled, her heart pounding, a frantic drumbeat echoing the panic in her chest. In that moment, Elda was not just a woman, she was the very embodiment of the land, fragile and fierce, alive with the pulse of ancient beliefs that whispered through the trees and danced along the river's edge. Nature was her blood, her heartbeat, an unspeakable terror and an unfathomable beauty intertwined. A rustle, a shadow, was it a trick of her mind, or was the forest alive? Fear threaded through her, thick and suffocating, as memories rushed in like a tide, drowning her in the past. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, a soothing balm turned sour with the taste of loss. Nature remembers, she had said. It will always remember. But what did it remember? The blood spilled on the earth, the promises broken, the love lost like leaves in autumn. Elda's fingers brushed against the rough bark of a beech tree, and she felt the pulse of life beneath its surface, a reminder of everything that had come before and everything that could still shatter. "Mother," she screamed, the word clawing its way from her throat, raw and desperate. Her voice echoed, swallowed by the vastness of the mountains, and for a fleeting moment, she felt utterly alone. Her mother had vanished into the wilds weeks ago, searching for the herbs that grew only in the shadow of the old oak, the very essence of life, the cure for what afflicted their village. But now, with every passing hour, hope dimmed like the setting sun, and the forest closed in, a labyrinth of despair. Then there was Dryton, lost somewhere in the thicket, his laughter a distant memory that felt like a cruel joke. He was her childhood friend, a boy with dreams bigger than the mountains, his passion for the earth's secret igniting a fire within her. But now, as she stumbled deeper into the maw of the forest, his dreams felt like shadows, fleeting and elusive, slipping through fingers like grains of sand. "We'll always have nature," he had told her, a grin splitting his face. "It gives and takes, but it's always there." But what if it took everything? The trees creaked, their limbs swaying like ancient sentinels, witnesses to a fate that loomed like a storm cloud. Elda remembered the stories her mother told, the whispered legends of spirits tied to the land, of ghouls lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the unworthy to trespass. It was said that nature could be a mother or a monster, nurturing or gnashing its teeth. The balance was fragile, and she felt it in her bones.
As night fell, a dismal cloak wrapped around her, the forest transformed into a theater of shadows. The moon cast ghostly rays through the branches, illuminating patches of frost that glimmered like shards of broken glass. She could hear the faint rustle of creatures, the symphony of life playing in the background, yet something felt off. The air was thick with tension, every breath she drew heavy with unspoken fears. "Elder!" The voice was a whisper carried on the wind, a haunting echo that sent shivers down her spine. "Dryton!" But where? She turned, heart racing, the pulse of the forest mingling with her own, a chaotic rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar. "Elder!" There it was again, closer this time, woven through the trees like a spell. She ran, reckless and wild, the underbrush tearing at her skin, her heart thundering in her ears. And then she spotted him, Dryton, his silhouette barely visible against the pale light, lost in a clearing where the trees bowed like mourners. "What are you doing?" she gasped, collapsing beside him, the cold earth grounding her swirling thoughts. He looked at her, his eyes wide, filled with an intensity that stole her breath. "I can feel it," he said, voice trembling. "The nature, it's angry. Can't you see?" She followed his gaze, her own heart clenching. The ground was cracked, parched like an old wound. What had once been a lush sanctuary was now a desolate reminder of what had been taken. "This is where the old oak stood," Dryton whispered. "Where your mother used to gather the herbs. It's gone, and it's changing everything." The weight of his words hung between them, a palpable dread, and suddenly Elder was suffocated by the enormity of their reality. The land was alive but dying, a spirit once vibrant now fading into shadows. She remembered her grandmother's stories once more, about the balance of life and death, a delicate dance that nature demanded. But what happens when that balance is shattered? What happens when nature becomes an unforgiving beast, claiming its tribute in blood and sacrifice? Their eyes met, and in that moment, they understood. It wasn't just about her mother. It was about their lives, their dreams, their very existence entwined with the fate of the land. Elder felt the weight of her ancestors pressing upon her, their voices a chorus that rose like a tempest in her soul. She could feel the spirit of the land, a silent scream begging for recognition, for healing. "We have to do something," she said, her voice fierce, ignited by resolve. "We can't let it die." Dryton nodded, the fire in his eyes reigniting, echoing the warmth of a love forged in childhood but now sharpened by desperation. They stood together, resolute against the encroaching darkness, a single heartbeat resonating in the stillness. The mountains loomed like ancient guardians, listening, watching, waiting. Elder could feel the weight of nature pressing down upon her, a fierce reminder that every action has a consequence, that this was not just a battle for their loved ones or their village, but for an entire legacy. With trembling hands, she reached for the earth, the cool soil grounding her as she prayed, calling upon the spirits that had long been forgotten. "Hear us," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. "We are here. We remember." And in that moment, the wind howled again, this time in agreement, a promise woven through the trees, echoing their plea into the vastness of the night. The stars blinked above as if awakening from a long slumber, the cosmos bearing witness to their vow. Elder and Dryton stood together, ready to face whatever came next, their hearts entwined with the fate of nature, their cries mingling with the whispers of the ancient woods. They would not let the land forget, they would not let the shadows consume them. The forest sighed, a breath that trembled with anticipation, as if nature itself was poised at the edge of rebirth, waiting for them to take the first step into the abyss. Thunder rumbles in the distance, an angry god shaking the very bones of the earth beneath our feet. I stand at the edge of a crumbling cliff, the wind howling like a banshee, and I can taste the salt of the sea mixed with my own fear. The sky is dark, a bruised canvas stretching above me, and I can almost hear the whispers of the ancient deities that still haunt these lands, echoes of love, betrayal, and fury. I remember the stories, the ones passed down through generations as if they were sacred truths, spilling over lips worn thin by time. "Do you hear them?" I ask, my voice trembling as I clutch the tattered remnants of a worn prayer cloth, its fabric soaked with the sweat of desperation. Beside me, Eris stares into the abyss with eyes like storm clouds, swirling with chaos and unspent rage.
She was once a priestess of the old ways, a vessel for the goddess, and yet now she stands lost, as if the very essence of her faith has been siphoned away. Which ones, she whispers, barely audible over the cacophony? The ones who promise salvation, or the ones who bring despair? Her hands tremble, fingers clawing at her own skin, a desperate attempt to tether herself to reality. I remember, her voice cracks, a raw reminder of all she's lost. I remember when they came for us, when the shadows swallowed the light and left nothing but echoes of laughter in the air. And there's Arben, too, his face a canvas of scars, each one a mark of a battle fought against gods and men alike. He is a warrior, a reluctant hero, a man who has seen too much and still dares to hope. But in his heart simmers a deeper torment, one that gnaws at his soul like a ravenous beast. Do you think they care? His voice is low, a gravelly whisper that reverberates within the darkness. Do you think they remember us? I can feel the weight of his doubt pressing down on me, a thick fog that seems to cling to the very marrow of my being. I want to reach out, to shake him from his despair, but instead, I find myself spiraling into the very abyss he fears. The air is electric, charged with an unnameable tension, the kind that promises a reckoning. I can't help but remember the tales of the Albanian Pantheon, each deity a reflection of our struggles, our hopes, and our failures. They are ghosts, but so are we. Shadows of what we once were. The goddess of fate, Cloche, spins her thread, the color of twilight, frayed and tangled. She weaves destinies with deft fingers, and yet here we stand, outside of time, outside of her design. What if we're just whispers in the wind? I murmur, my heart pounding like a war drum. What if our cries go unheard? Eris turns to me, her expression fierce, eyes blazing with an intensity that could ignite the stars. Then we become the storm, she declares, clenching her fists as if to summon the very forces of nature. We become the chaos that tears the fabric of their indifference apart. Her words reverberate within me, lighting a fire that pushes back against the chilling silence. Arben shifts, his gaze settling on the horizon where the last rays of sunlight bleed into the ocean, a vivid reminder of fleeting beauty. And what if they are watching? He asks, his voice low and laced with fear. What if they laugh at our suffering, our struggles? What if we are nothing more than entertainment in their eternal play? The thought sends a chill racing down my spine, a creeping dread that lingers in the very marrow of my bones. But as I look at Eris, I see something igniting in her spirit, a flicker of rebellion against the darkness that threatens to consume us whole. No, she hisses, we are more than that. We are the embodiment of their stories, the vessels through which their legacies flow. We are no mere puppets. Her passion draws me in like a moth to flame, igniting the embers of hope within my chest. And yet, the storm grows closer, a tempest brewing just beyond the veil of our understanding. I remember the tales of the sun god, the one who burns with such fierce intensity that his very light creates shadows too dark to comprehend. I remember the goddess of the harvest, whose bounty brings forth life and death in equal measure. Each deity stands as a testament to our existence, their names etched in the annals of time, and yet, there is an underlying fracture, a discord that whispers of abandonment. Do you think they see us? I ask, the words spilling forth like a confession, raw and exposed. Do you think they care whether we live or die? Eris closes her eyes for a moment, as if seeking solace in the memories of the past. Maybe they do, she breathes, but their love is twisted, a reflection of our own flaws and fears. They are both our protectors and our tormentors. The weight of her words settles around us like a shroud, heavy with the burden of truth. The wind howls again, carrying the scent of rain, and in that moment, the world feels impossibly vast and unbearably intimate. The cities of our ancestors rise and fall in my mind's eye, glimmering remnants of the past, haunted by those who once revered the deities of old. I remember the sacrifices, the offerings left in the shadows, and I can't help but wonder if they, too, felt the same piercing questions gnawing at their hearts. Arben turns to us, and I see a flicker of resolve in his eyes, a determination that cuts through the darkness. We will not fade into obscurity, he vows, and there's a fire in his voice that ignites the air between us. We will confront them. We will demand to be seen. Eris nods, a fierce smile breaking across her face, but I can't shake the remnants of dread that linger like ghosts in the corners of my mind. The storm is coming, the deities are watching, and we stand on the precipice, ready to face whatever fury they unleash. In this moment, we are not alone, we are a chorus of defiance against the despair that seeks to engulf us. The night stretches out before us, a dark canvas painted with chaos and hope, and I know, deep in my bones, that we are preparing to write our story into the annals of the Pantheon, a story of love, of loss, of gods and men. The air crackles, thick with unspoken promises, as we take a step forward into the abyss, ready to confront our fate. And as the first drops of rain begin to fall, I remember that every ending is a new beginning, and every heartbeat echoes the ancient rhythms of the deities who watch over us. In the heart of a moonless night, the air crackled with a silence so profound, it seemed to pulse with the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. I stood at the edge of the ancient village of Dukat, the shadows of the mountains looming like secrets waiting to choke the light. The absence of a starry sky felt like a betrayal, and the wind whispered warnings that chilled my spine. This was a moment teetering on the brink, where the unknown beckoned and the familiar trembled with fear. Beside me, Myra's breath came in quick gasps, her eyes wide, reflecting the ghostly glow of the last embers in the dying fire. "We mustn't let the darkness swallow us," she murmured, trembling, her voice as fragile as the light that flickered in the shadows. She was the heart of our small group, but tonight, her strength seemed to falter. Her fear was a living thing, wrapping around us like a shroud, reminding us that the sun, our guiding star, had slipped away, leaving us lost in the void of night. And then there was Arben, with a jaw clenched tight enough to shatter flint. He stood rigid, a soldier against the night, battling the dread that gnawed at him. The weight of the moon's absence was heavy upon his shoulders, a cosmic injustice that felt personal. "It's just a moonless night," he snapped, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. We faced worse. Yet, I saw the way his fists were balled, how his eyes darted around, searching for something, anything, to anchor him in this swirling abyss. I remember the old tales my grandmother spun by the fire, words dripping with lore like honey from a comb, each story steeped in a reverence for the celestial bodies above. "The sun is life," she would say, "and the moon is the keeper of secrets." I remember how the sun wrapped us in warmth, a golden embrace that felt eternal. But now, in this oppressive darkness, the sun felt like a distant memory, a cruel joke. The moon had vanished, leaving only the shadow of its absence, and we stood exposed, like raw wounds in the night. As the minutes stretched, every tick of the clock in the village felt like a drumbeat heralding doom. Myra clutched at her necklace, a simple pendant shaped like a crescent moon, a remnant of brighter days. "What if it doesn't return?" she whispered, her voice brittle. I took a step closer, willing her to see the strength that still flickered within. "It always returns," I said, though I wondered if I truly believed that. The myth spoke of balance, of light and dark perpetually entwined, but what did balance mean when you stood clutching at shadows? A rustle in the brush made Arben whip around, his body coiled tight like a bowstring. "Did you hear that?" His eyes darted, wild with a primal fear, and I felt my heart race, thudding against my ribs like a caged beast. The air was thick with tension, the kind that drew out the deepest fears. The absence of the moon was not just an astronomical event, it felt like a gaping wound in the fabric of our existence. "It's just the wind," I said, but even I could hear the uncertainty laced in my tone. Then, through the shadows, a figure emerged. Tall, cloaked in darkness, as if spun from nightmares. "You seek the moon," it rasped. The voice was like gravel scraping against stone, as ancient as the hills themselves. I froze, a cocktail of terror and curiosity surging through me. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. "I am the keeper of what lies beyond the veil," the figure replied, stepping closer. The light from our dying fire illuminated their features, eyes like voids, and a smile that spoke of truths best left unspoken. "The sun and the moon are not mere orbs in the sky. They are the fabric of your being, the pulse of your hearts. They are your fears, your joys, and your shadows." Arben took a step back, his bravado crumbling like ash in a gust of wind. Myra clutched my arm, her grip fierce, grounding us both. "What do you want?" I asked,
each word a leaden weight. The figure's laugh sent a shiver down my spine, echoing in the stillness like a death knell.
You wish for the moon to return?
You must confront the darkness within. I felt my breath hitch.
It was always the darkness, wasn't it?
The parts of ourselves we'd rather forget, the fears we bury beneath layers of bravado. But the moon is gone. We need light. I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. The figure tilted its head, shadows dancing across its features, revealing glimmers of both sorrow and understanding. And yet, it is in the dark that you will find the light you seek. Myra's voice trembled as she spoke, a spark igniting within her. We can't fight what we can't see. We need hope. Her words hung in the air, fragile yet fierce. The figure nodded slowly, as if weighing the truth of her claim. Hope is a fragile flame, easily extinguished. But it can also burn brighter in the dark, it can guide you home. In that fleeting moment, I felt the weight of the cosmos, the delicate dance of the sun and moon, the clash of day and night reflected in our souls. We were caught in a web of dreams and fears, tethered to the earth yet longing for the sky. The night was alive, each breath filled with the scent of ancient stories and untold futures. Will the sun rise again? Arben asked, the tremor in his voice replaced by a flicker of resolve. The figure looked deep into his eyes and smiled, a smile that felt like the dawn breaking after an eternity of darkness. Only if you allow it to. Every ending is but a beginning wrapped in shadows. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, leaving us standing in the hollow silence, breathless in the aftermath of what had been said. The air shimmered with possibility and dread, and I could feel the pulse of the universe thrumming through my veins, a reminder that the sun and moon were more than celestial bodies, they were the very essence of our existence. I turned to Myra and Arben, seeing the uncertainty mirrored in their eyes, yet also a spark of defiance. We were lost in this cosmic dance, but we would not remain in the dark. The sun would rise again. I felt it in my bones. And in that moment, I realized we were not just waiting for the moon, we were ready to confront our shadows and reclaim our light. In the depths of that still, moonless night, we stood united, hearts pounding, ready to step into the unknown, ready to embrace the chaos of existence, where shadows and light intertwined, and the cosmos awaited with bated breath. The moon hung low, like a heavy heart laden with secrets, its silver glow spilling over the village, turning dirt paths into ghostly veins. I stood in the center of the cobblestone square, breathless, surrounded by shadows that whispered of life and death. The air smelled of damp earth, ripe with the weight of betrayal, and I could almost hear her voice, a distant echo of laughter now drowned in the thick silence that enveloped the night. Please, don't. The words escaped my lips, a soft plea swallowed by the darkness. It was too late. I knew it. The village was restless, a cauldron bubbling with fear and longing, and somewhere, a child's cries danced on the breeze. I could feel the pulse of the place, a rhythmic thrum that matched the frantic beat of my heart. Mara, the once celebrated goddess of fertility, now reduced to a relic of hope, stood at the edge of the square, her figure cast in shadow. Her eyes, once bright with the promise of new life, were now hollow, mirrors reflecting the village's despair. I did everything right, she whispered, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her sorrow claw at my insides. I was too familiar with the ache of failure. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice of despair, but I was rooted, my feet grew heavy with unspoken words. Just beyond her, Elias paced like a caged animal, every step a silent scream. His face twisted with rage and grief, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. I could see the tremors in his hands, could feel the heat of his frustration radiate toward me. She needs to pay for what she's done, he snarled, and the echo of his voice hung in the air, a haunting melody of vengeance. Elias, please. My voice trembled, but I pressed on. We can't what? He thundered, cutting me off. Can't seek justice for the children we've lost? For the lives she's ruined. His piercing gaze pinned me to the spot, and I felt the weight of his accusation, like a stone dropped into a still pond, rippling through my chest. I remembered the faces of those we'd buried, tiny forms, wrapped in cloth, innocent and devoid of understanding. Their parents' wails echoed in my mind, a symphony of despair that pierced through the fabric of night. It was impossible to forget, impossible to ignore, and yet, here we were, caught in a web of anger and grief, struggling to separate the threads of guilt and blame. It was then that I noticed the figures emerging from the shadows, villagers armed with torches, faces etched with desperation. They trudged toward us, a grim procession fueled by the need for release. Enough, one of them bellowed, and the word crackled through the air like thunder. Mara has cursed us. The crops fail, and the children die. She must be punished. Panic flooded my veins. I understood, deep down, the primal need for someone to blame. The shadows danced, flickering flames casting eerie shapes as the crowd surged forward, a tide of fury and sorrow. I glanced back at Mara, the goddess, who stood frozen, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos unfolding. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, and in that moment, I saw the girl she once was, a mere child, thrust into divinity without preparation. But the villagers were far beyond reasoning, their cries blending into a cacophony of rage. They wanted blood, a sacrificial offering to satiate their despair. I could see Elias at the forefront, his fists clenched, his gaze fixed on Mara as if she were the source of all their suffering. "She promised us life," he yelled, and the crowd roared in agreement, a beast awakened. A heavy silence fell over me. I recalled the tales my mother told me, of a time when the goddess walked the fields, hands outstretched, blessing the land with fertility. What happened? I murmured, almost to myself. What broke within her? The truth lodged in my throat, a shard of ice. Mara had once danced among the fields, vibrant and alive, but as the years turned cruel, the laughter faded. Births became fewer, death loomed like a spectre. A curse, they whispered. Betrayal, they screamed. Hope, shattered like glass. And now, as I stood there, the low, deadly hum of the crowd growing louder, I felt the boundaries of time blur. Memories flickered like old film reels, a child's laughter, hands clasping a mother's, warmth radiating in the sun-drenched fields. Then, darkness. The earth swallowing dreams. I was losing them, losing all of us, a tangled mass of grief intertwined with rage. "Please," I called out, my voice raw and desperate, a plea against the storm. I stepped forward, closer to Mara, wanting to shield her from the onslaught. "We can't do this. We can't kill hope and call it justice." But the crowd surged, the torches burning hotter, illuminating the twisted faces of desperation. "She has failed us. She is the reason our children suffer." A primal roar filled the air, and I felt the earth quake beneath my feet. Mara's eyes locked onto mine, a moment of connection, a shared understanding that flared like firelight, illuminating the depths of our shared torment. "I never wanted this," she whispered, and the rawness of her voice cracked through the simmering tension. "I wanted to give you life, to protect you." But the villagers didn't hear. They were wrapped in their own anguish, tethered to a memory of what once was, a time long gone, now buried beneath layers of despair. I could feel the suffocating weight of expectation, of the myth we had woven around her, and it twisted in my gut like a blade. "Enough!" I screamed, voice rising over the swell of fury. "We can't sacrifice our own to appease the darkness. We have to find another way." But even as I spoke, I felt the truth slip away, like grains of sand through desperate fingers. The moment hung in the air, taut with tension, a heartbeat away from chaos. What would be left of us after this night? And then, in the chaos, I saw the glimmer of something, a flash of silver in the moonlight, something reflecting the hope we were all too afraid to hold on to. I took a breath, the air thick with dread, knowing that what lay ahead would shatter us all. But in that moment, against the tide of despair, I clung to the flickering flame of possibility, heart pounding in time with the world's quiet thrum. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, and we were all caught in its pull, the villagers, the goddess, and the ever-encroaching darkness. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile breath that could change everything. Thunder rolled through the mountains like a warning bell, echoing against the jagged cliffs and luring a shiver from the depths of the valley. A storm brewed, the air thick with the taste of rain and something else, a primal dread that settled like fog over the land.
Maya stood at the edge of the precipice, heart racing, the wind tearing through her hair, chasing whispers in its wake. She remembered stories, tales of ancient spirits who roamed these mountains, guardians of the earth, fierce protectors who awoke only when the balance was threatened. She clutched the amulet around her neck, a relic passed through generations, fingers trembling as the weight of its history pressed on her chest. Her brother, Jonah, was somewhere out there, lost in the storm. His laughter had faded into the howling wind, swallowed whole by the darkness that loomed ahead. "I remember when we used to run these mountains like they were ours," she whispered to the churning sky, her voice barely escaping her throat. "I remember." The clouds roared with fury, lightning splitting the firmament, revealing for a heartbeat the silhouette of a figure poised atop the mountain. A shadow, tall and ethereal, it seemed to shimmer in the storm's glow, a sentinel watching over its domain. The legends flooded back, memories of bedtime stories and wide-eyed wonder. The spirits, they were said to take the form of animals, merging with the earth, the sky, the very essence of life itself. But this felt different. This was no fable. This was a reckoning. Jonah, wild and reckless, had chased the thrill of the storm, believing he could dance with the thunder. He'd laughed as he darted away, a flicker of light against the heavy gloom. "Stay close, Maya," he had called, his voice ringing with youthful bravado. Now, her heart pounded in her chest as she thought of him, a fleeting spectre in her mind. She could almost hear him, an echo of laughter twisted into a cry for help, lost in the tempest. "Jonah!" The name escaped her lips, raw and desperate, swallowed almost instantly by the wind. She felt the world teetering on the edge of destruction. Each gust of wind felt like fingers clawing at her sanity, as if the mountains themselves were conspiring against her. Heart pounding, she stepped toward the abyss, drawn to the shadows, searching, praying for a sign. "Please," the storm sighed, a low, mournful wail, and in that moment, she felt a presence, a rush of energy that made her skin prickle. It enveloped her, a heavy, electric shroud. There it was again, that whisper, the ancient call of the mountains, beckoning to her. "Maya," it seemed to say, "you are wanted. You are needed." The sensation sent a chill down her spine, both terrifying and intoxicating. She could almost see Jonah in her mind's eye, his curious grin, the way he threw his head back to laugh, carefree, unburdened. And yet, here she stood, burdened with the weight of their choices, hers, his, their parents'. They had never stayed put, they had never listened to the warnings. I remember, she whispered, as if the words might conjure him back to her. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, a sound twisted by panic. "Maya!" A voice, tangible, real, it was Jonah, his spirit clawing through the storm. Her heart leaped, aching with a mix of fear and hope. She turned, her feet moving before she could think, racing toward the sound, the shadows shifting around her like a living entity. In the heart of the tempest, she stumbled upon him, a figure, battered and wild-eyed, trapped beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. "Maya," he gasped, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of wind and rain. The image of a child, carefree and bright, flickered through her mind. "I thought I lost you," she whispered, collapsing beside him, fingers brushing against his dirt-streaked face. The storm roared louder, a beast unleashed, threatening to drown them both. In that moment, she felt something else, something deep within the earth, stirring, awakening. "We have to move," she yelled, grabbing his shoulders, shaking him awake. But Jonah was lost, eyes wide with fear, memories of their childhood ghosting through his mind, a time when storms were a thrilling adventure, not a harbinger of doom. "No. It's too late," he cried, struggling against her grip. "They're coming. The spirits, they want what?" Maya shouted, desperation clawing at her throat. Thunder rumbled, a deep growl, and she felt it in her bones. The mountains were alive. The stories whispered through the trees, echoed in the wind. The spirits were not mere legends, they were guardians, enraged by the disruption of their sacred land, and now they were hunting. "Jonah," she shook him harder, the urgency of the moment suffocating. "We have to run. We have to show them we mean no harm." But even as she spoke, the air thickened, and shadows crept closer, forming shapes that twisted and writhed like smoke. He blinked, fear etched on his face, and for a brief moment, she saw the boy she had grown up with, the one who would chase butterflies and climb trees for the thrill of it. "Maya, I don't want to go," he mumbled, eyes darting to the looming shadows. "They're not here to help." The sky crackled, and the ground beneath them trembled as if the mountains were shaking with ancient wrath. "Please, Jonah! We have to believe." Her voice broke, the weight of the world pressing down on her. "We can't let them take you." But Jonah's gaze drifted, lost amidst the chaos, and she felt a wave of despair wash over her. The storm surged, swallowing his light, and in that moment, grounding herself in the chaos, she saw it, the flicker of something in the distance, a light so bright it rivaled the sun, cutting through the storm. It called to her, a promise, a salvation. "Follow me," she yelled, gripping his hand. Heart pounding, she turned toward the light, leading him through the tempest, pulling him from the clutches of shadows that writhed like phantom fingers reaching for his soul. "We're not alone, Jonah. We have each other." The words echoed, building into a crescendo against the storm, as if the mountains themselves were listening. And as they ran, the spirits of the mountains awakened, swirling in a dance of fury and grace, caught between the brothers who fought for their bond and the land they had once adored. The night was alive, and they were caught in the eye of the storm, grappling with the spirits as they waged a battle for their very souls, a test of resolve, of belief, of love that transcended fear. The land trembled around them, and as they raced toward the light, Maya felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. They would face the spirits together, even as the shadows loomed, relentless and hungry. She could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, a reminder of the strength they possessed, of the blood that tied them to this sacred land. Together, she screamed into the tempest, the sound lost in the thunder but echoing through her heart. "We will stand together." And in that moment, for all the terror that wrapped around them, she felt the spirit of the mountains rise, a guardian, a protector, a force that would not let them fall. As they moved, the storm raged on, but with every step, the whispers of the spirits grew louder, resonating with the urgency of their lives intertwined, a dance of survival against the backdrop of an ancient fury. And in that boundless, tempestuous night, the battle for their bond had just begun. The village lay beneath a grey sky, shadows writhing like restless spirits. The air crackled with unease, a tension that clutched at throats and twisted hearts. I stood there, amidst the chaos, a witness to the end, a moment when laughter turned to screams, and hope crumbled like dry earth underfoot. The night descended, not with grace, but with a grotesque hunger, a warning echoed in the rustling leaves, a heartbeat pounding like a war drum. "Run!" The voice shattered the air, a shriek of terror that sliced through the fog. It was Myra, her dark hair whipping behind her like a storm. Her eyes, wild and luminous, glittered with the fear of 1,000 fears. She had always been the brave one, the one who chased the moonlight, even when it slipped away. But now she was woven into the panic that gripped our village, a tapestry of dread and despair. Then there was Dryton, his hands trembling as he clutched the hilt of his sword, a relic from a time lost to whispers. "I will protect you," he shouted, his voice breaking, as if the words themselves were too heavy to bear. He loved her, of that I was certain. It hung between them like the scent of rain before a storm, thick and electric. But love is a fragile thing, easily shattered, and tonight it was no different. Dark clouds swirled overhead, ominous and suffocating as the villagers fled, their feet pounding like a frantic drumbeat against the cobbled streets. The dragon was coming. They didn't have to say it, the air tasted like ash and fear. An ancient terror, a creature of nightmares, returning to claim what was once its own. "Dryton, we have to go," Myra pleaded, her voice edged with desperation. She reached for him, fingers trembling, but he stood rooted to the spot, a statue of defiance wrapped in fragility. His heart was torn between duty and love, and I felt the weight of that moment crush the air around us. "I can't leave you." But she was slipping away, the shadows beckoning like old friends. The villagers called for safety, their cries mingling with the wind, a cacophony of dread and disbelief. I remember standing there, paralyzed, feeling the world fracture around us. The dragon's roar echoed like thunder, guttural and primal, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. I remember the way Myra's breath hitched, the way Dryton's grip tightened on his sword, knuckles turning white. In that instant, the line between courage and cowardice blurred, and we were all simply human, flawed, scared, but desperately alive. "Please?" Myra's voice trembled as she dragged Dryton toward the forest, shadows swirling at their feet. "We can't face it. Not like this." But the dragon was more than a beast, it was a legacy, a haunting reminder of our ancestors' sins, a storm of fury born from betrayal. "I have to fight it," Dryton rasped, breath ragged, fury igniting his eyes. "I can't let it take you. I can't let it take our home." And with that, he broke free from her grasp, charging toward the darkness, a minuscule figure against the encroaching terror. His silhouette flickered like a candle in the wind, and I felt the air thicken with grief and despair. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, to tell him that love was not only in fighting dragons but also in knowing when to run. Myra fell to her knees, the weight of loss crashing down, her cries echoing into the night, an orchestra of anguish. I felt her pain like a dagger to the heart, an unrelenting ache that twisted and turned like the serpent whose legend had haunted our childhood tales. As Dryton faced the beast, the dragon materialized from the shadows, scales glistening like obsidian under a moon that dared not shine. Its eyes, molten gold, bore into him, a predator assessing its prey. "I will protect you," Dryton roared, but the words faltered, barely a whisper against the creature's growl. The ground trembled beneath us, as if the earth itself knew that love might not be enough. The confrontation unfolded in a blur, fire lit the night, illuminating the raw terror on Dryton's face, the desperation in Myra's screams. Everything blurred into chaos, the clash of metal against scale, the stench of smoke and singed earth, the taste of fear coating our tongues. I remember the way time warped, stretching and twisting as Dryton fought, blinded by rage, by love, by the need to protect. I could see pieces of him unraveling, each swing of his sword slicing through the fabric of his heart, each scream of the dragon tearing at his soul. Myra rose, a vision of fury and sorrow, her hands raised not in surrender but in defiance. She moved closer to the battle, tears streaking her dirt-stained cheeks. "Stop! You're both killing each other." Her cries shattered the night, but the void swallowed them whole. And then, silence. A moment suspended in time, where the world held its breath, waiting for the answer that loomed like a shadow on the horizon. Dryton, weary and broken, stood before the dragon, and in that heartbeat, I understood, the real battle was not against the beast but against the darkness that fought within us all. I remember the way the dragon's roar faded to a whisper, the fire in its eyes dimming. It was not just a monster, it was a reflection of our fears, our past, the haunting echoes of those who came before us. In that moment, as Dryton collapsed, blood pooling beneath him like the sorrow that threatened to drown us, I knew the truth. Love is a double-edged sword, and sometimes, to protect the ones we love, we must learn to let go. The shadows danced around us, a symphony of sorrow and rage, but within that darkness lay the flicker of hope, the potential for rebirth. It was a beginning, not an end, a cycle that would continue to unfold, weaving new legends from the ashes of the old. And as the night deepened and the dragon faded into the shadows, I could feel it, the heartbeats of a village, a tapestry of stories entwined, echoing through the silence, forever etched into the fabric of time. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing unseen in the distance as shadows danced upon the walls of the ancient stone chamber. I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, the whispers of my ancestors swirling around me. In that moment, I felt the weight of the world pressing down, a gravitational pull that wrestled with my very soul. There, in the flickering candlelight, the silhouette of the Shkiponya loomed larger than life, wings spread wide, an omen of hope and doom interwoven. Katerina, my sister, knelt before the altar, tears streaking her dirt-smudged cheeks. Her hands trembled as she clutched a blooded feather, a remnant of the eagle that once soared high above us, embodying our lineage. "They say it watches over us," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. But in her eyes, I saw the haunting doubt, the fear that our connection to this mythical creature was slipping through our fingers like sand. What if it's just a ghost now? What if we're cursed? I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of despair, but I, too, felt its weight, the echo of our ancestors' mistakes, their battles, their betrayals.
I remembered the stories, the haunting lullabies sung by our mother, tales of the Shkiponya, the eagle, a creature that symbolized freedom and power, and yet cast a long shadow over the hearts of those who dared to claim it. The walls echoed back her words, and I shivered, a chill creeping down my spine. The door creaked open, and there he stood, Luca, our brother, eyes wild with desperation, hair matted with sweat and dirt. "They're coming," he gasped, chest heaving, as if each breath drew him closer to the edge of oblivion. "They found us! The hunters!" His voice sliced through the silence, a call to arms, a prayer for survival. The weight of the world shifted again, now a pendulum swinging towards chaos. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. "We can't run," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. "Not without the eagle. Not without its blessing." But deep down, I felt the gnawing fear, the doubt that gnawed like a ravenous beast at my insides. Katerina's eyes widened, realization dawning. "We have to summon it. We have to call for its spirit." In that moment, I could see the flicker of hope igniting within her, a fragile flame fighting against the dark. But the darkness was closing in. I could hear the distant thud of boots, the rustle of leaves crushed underfoot, a storm of men with hungry hearts. "Use the feather," Luca urged, voice cracking, "whisper your wish to it. It's our only chance." But what could a mere whisper do against the howling winds of fate? My mind raced, caught between the desperate need to survive and the crippling weight of expectation. Our lineage called for bravery, for honor, but what if it was all just a myth? What if we were the ghosts haunting our own story? Katerina took the feather in trembling hands, her voice quaking as she began to chant the old words, a melody that twisted through time, echoing with the cries of our ancestors. I felt the air grow heavy, charged with energy, pulling at the fibers of my being. The shadows deepened, twisting and writhing as if alive, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw it, the eagle, dark and glorious, soaring above us, wings brushing against the edges of reality. But the moment shattered like glass, splintering into a million fears. The door burst open, and the hunters stormed in, faces masked with hatred and greed. They sought the eagle's power, its spirit twisted to their own dark desires. I felt raw panic clawing at my throat, threatening to silence me forever. They were relentless, and my heart raced, like a drum echoing through a battlefield. "Fight!" Luca shouted, a fierce defiance igniting in his eyes. "For our blood! For the Shkiponya!" He lunged forward, fists raised, the spirit of our ancestors propelling him into battle. Katerina hesitated, fear flickering across her face. The eagle, but it was too late. In that moment of chaos, I was torn between my siblings, the raging storm of emotion threatening to consume us. I wanted to scream, to cry, to dive into the fray and demand our place in this world. "We are the children of the eagle!" I roared, focusing on the symbolism that had been drilled into us since birth. The hunters rushed at us, but I felt a surge of something ancient, powerful, coursing through my veins. And then, in a heartbeat, I remembered, a memory lost in the fabric of time. I recalled our mother's words, her voice weaving a tapestry of hope. "The eagle will protect those who believe, who fight for their truth." I felt the weight of history, the burden of our lineage, and with it, a flicker of courage ignited within me. I joined Luca, swinging my fists, each blow a prayer, a rebellion against the darkness. Katerina's voice rose above the chaos, a haunting melody interwoven with our ancestors' cries. "Shkiponya! Oh, sacred spirit," she chanted, her voice rising like smoke spiraling into the night sky, a beacon amidst the storm. The hunters faltered, confusion clouding their eyes as we stood united, siblings forged in the fire of battle, hearts pounding, breathless. And in that moment, I sensed it, the presence of the eagle, watching over us, wings unfurled, a guardian in the shadows. But the hunters were relentless, fear and greed intertwining in their eyes, and I felt the world closing in, a suffocating grip tightening around our throats. The echoes of our ancestors rang loud in my ears, courage, honor, loyalty. The weight of expectation bore down heavily, and yet, amidst the chaos, I dared to hope. Hope, a fragile thing, flickered like a candle in the tempest. And though the storm raged around us, the eagle soared high, a symbol of the unbreakable spirit that lay within us, waiting to be unleashed. The confrontation loomed, and we stood at the precipice, ready to face the darkness, ready to reclaim our legacy. No conclusions, no tidy resolutions. Just the raw, unyielding pulse of life, conflict, and the stirring promise of the eagle's return. The night was still young, and the saga of the Shkiponya had only just begun. The earth trembled beneath Mujo's feet, a shuddering heartbeat echoing the distant clash of swords. He stood at the edge of the village, shadows swirling around him like dark whispers, the air thick with the stench of fear. The sun had dipped low, bleeding red across the horizon, as if warning of the bloodshed to come. "Halil," he shouted, a raw desperation tearing through his chest, the name reverberating off the ancient stones like a prayer. "Where are you?" Thunder rolled in the distance, but it was not the storm that sent dread crawling up Mujo's spine. No, it was the sound of chaos erupting from within the village, the anguished cries of those he loved, caught in a tempest of violence. Halil had promised he would protect them, but promises felt like fragile glass in their current reality, beautiful yet dangerously easy to shatter. Mujo's heart raced, each beat a drum in the silence. "I remember the first time we fought together," he thought, a painful nostalgia washing over him. "We were boys, wielding sticks, but today," his breath caught. Today, those sticks would be nothing but splinters against steel. The chaos surged, and he pushed through the throng of terrified villagers, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. Each step was a weight, a burden of what had become of their peaceful lives. With every frantic glance, he searched for Halil, the one person who understood the cracks in his armor, the one who could mend them. And then he saw him, Halil, a whirlwind of fury and grace, dancing through the melee. Blood glistened on his brow, a fierce light flickering in his eyes, the kind that made gods weep. But even as he fought valiantly, Mujo could see the strain carved deep into Halil's features, the way his arms shook with exhaustion, the ghosts of their childhood echoing in his movement. "Halil! We need to regroup!" Mujo shouted again, his voice nearly swallowed by the chaos. But Halil was lost in the battle, an embodiment of defiance against the onslaught, every swing of his sword a desperate cry for survival. "Get to safety!" Halil's voice rang back, as fierce as the flames consuming the edge of their world. Mujo's heart sank. The moment he'd feared had arrived, a fracture deepening between duty and loyalty, between the safety of the many and the bond with this one brave man. "Remember last winter?" Mujo thought, a fleeting memory that flickered like the last embers of a fire long extinguished. They had sat beneath the stars, laughing over stories of heroes, wrapped in blankets, warmth surrounding them. "We swore to never let fear rule us," he whispered to himself, clenching his fists. "But here we are, taunted by it, haunted by our inadequacies." But what was bravery, if not facing fear head-on? The sound of steel clashing against steel snapped him back to the present. He had a choice to make. As Halil parried another blow, Mujo felt a swell of courage rise in him, a fierce determination igniting the hollow spaces in his chest. He charged forward, wielding nothing more than a makeshift club, the weight of it heavy in his hand. Together, he bellowed, the word tearing from his throat like an incantation. The bond they forged in childhood now surged, pulling him closer to Halil, their fates intertwined like the vines of the old oak trees they used to climb as children. With a swift motion, Mujo struck down an enemy, adrenaline coursing through him like wildfire. He could feel Halil's presence beside him, strong, unwavering, a lighthouse in the storm. They fought side by side, a seamless blend of chaos and purpose, as if the universe had conspired to bring them to this very moment. But with each strike, a terrifying realization clawed at Mujo's resolve. What if this day marked the end? What if they became mere echoes, stories woven into the fabric of tales told by flickering fires? He couldn't let that happen. Not today. "Stay close!" Halil shouted, their eyes locking for a brief, electric moment. In that gaze, Mujo saw the weight of the world, the unspoken fears, the acknowledgement of their fragile humanity. They were warriors, yes, but also men, flawed, deeply imperfect, wrestling with their own demons. The battle surged around them, screams of pain, the sickening crunch of bodies colliding with the earth. Mujo's heart pounded a furious tempo. He fought not just for survival, but to hold on to the essence of who they were, the dreams of a future that flickered like the stars above them. And then, in the chaos, time twisted. A shadow lunged from behind, a figure cloaked in darkness, brandishing a blade glinting with malice. Halil turned too late. Mujo's scream spilled from his lips, a raw, visceral sound that echoed through the night, resonating with the fear that had been growing inside him. No, he cried, launching himself forward, but the world moved in slow motion. The blade sliced through the air, and he felt his heart tear open. As Halil crumpled to the ground, a gasp escaping his lips, Mujo's world shattered in that brutal instant. Time stood still, the cacophony of battle fading into a haunting silence. I remember when we dreamed of heroics, he thought wildly, the pain coiling around his heart. When we laughed at danger, unaware of its true weight. Mujo collapsed beside Halil, the chaos of battle forgotten. Stay with me, he begged, trembling fingers searching for warmth, for life. Halil's gaze flickered, the light dimming, the laughter of their youth fading into a mournful echo. You must fight, Halil gasped, blood pooling around him like a dark promise. Don't let our story end here. With each breath, Mujo felt the warmth slip away, the connection they forged fraying like a thread unraveling. I can't lose you. Not now. But the shadows loomed larger, the battle still waged around them, a storm consuming everything in its path, indifferent to their pain, their loss, their dreams. In that moment, everything became crystalline, a haunting clarity, a vortex of emotion swirling as the world threatened to crush him. But deep within that abyss, a flicker ignited. The promise of their bond, the stories they shared, all woven together like the very fabric of existence. He thought of the stars above, once so distant, now feeling so close, a reminder of all that was yet to be, all that they had fought for. I will carry your spirit, Mujo vowed, his voice trembling with the weight of his promise. I will honor you, Halil. And as darkness enveloped them, he felt the shadows whisper, a prophecy blooming in the night. This was not the end, but a transformation, a continuation. In the heart of despair, hope still flickered. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb clinging to the jagged peaks of the Albanian Alps, casting cold silver shadows over the crumbling stones of a once proud village. In the heart of this desolation, a woman knelt in the dirt, hands trembling, fingers clutching a faded photograph, her grandmother's face, aged yet fierce, gazing back with eyes that seemed to pierce through the veil of time. Malina felt the weight of generations pressing against her chest, a frantic heartbeat echoing in her ears. I remember, she whispered, voice barely escaping her lips, each syllable laced with desperation. I remember the stories. But they were no longer just stories. They were memories stitched together with the fragile threads of hope, loss, and the inescapable pull of the afterlife that hung over her like a shroud. The wind howled, a mournful song that caressed her skin and sent shivers racing down her spine. Just a few feet away, her brother, Drighton, paced restlessly, his hands shoved deep into his pockets as if he could bury the anguish gnawing at him. Anguish that had become a familiar companion ever since their father had vanished into the cold embrace of night, leaving behind nothing but silence and a question that would never be answered. Do you think he's watching us? Drighton's voice was raw, a jagged stone thrown into the dark pool of their reality. Malina's heart twisted. I don't know, she replied, her gaze fixed on the mountains, where shadows whispered secrets. But I feel him. I feel them, our ancestors, like ghosts lingering just beyond the firelight. Ghosts. Drighton scoffed, the bitterness sharp enough to cut through the night air. What good are ghosts? They didn't save him. His words hung heavy, a rock in the pit of her stomach. The rage inside him was palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. She could see it in his clenched fists, in the way his jaw tightened with the weight of his grief. They didn't save him, he repeated, but she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the yearning for connection that he couldn't let himself acknowledge. The village had always been steeped in the presence of the dead, woven into the fabric of everyday life. Her grandmother had often said, "The past is not a distant memory, but a living pulse, a heartbeat that thrums in our veins." Melina felt that pulse now, thrumming through her, a visceral reminder of the love and hope that had come before her, of the sacrifices made in silent desperation. "Listen," she said suddenly, urgency threading through her voice. "They say the veil is thinnest tonight. The night of the ancestors." Dryton shook his head, dismissing her words, but the flicker of fear betrayed him. "You think we can just summon them? What if they don't want to be disturbed?" "They want to be remembered," she insisted, heart pounding against her ribcage like a caged bird. "We are their legacy. It's our duty to call them." The air shifted, charged with something electric as the moonlight bathed the stones in an ethereal glow. Melina could feel it creeping into her bones, a tingling sensation that sent her pulse racing. She reached for Dryton's hand, desperate for connection. "Let's light a candle. Let's invite them in." With a reluctant nod, he grabbed a flickering candle from his pocket, the last remnant of their father's life, the last flicker of hope. The flame danced wildly as they knelt together, side by side, fear and determination mixing in a heady cocktail of emotion. "Ancestors," she began, voice trembling, "we remember you. We honor you. Please, guide us." Each word was a prayer, an invocation steeped in aching love and unbearable loss. They closed their eyes, hands clasped tightly, breaths hitching as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting. The wind picked up, swirling around them, carrying whispers that slithered through the cracks of their hearts. Shadows danced, twirling in the corners of their minds, memories of laughter and sorrow entwining like smoke in the air. The scent of earth and pine enveloped them, grounding yet ethereal, as if the very essence of their ancestors wrapped around them, threading through their souls. "I remember," Melina murmured, tears spilling down her cheeks like rain. "The stories of our family. The struggles, the triumphs. They're not gone, they're here." Dryton's grip tightened on her hand, a silent agreement forged in the depths of their pain. "But how can we carry them forward if we can't even feel them?" "Maybe we just have to believe," she replied, voice thick with emotion. "Maybe we have to let go of the anger." In that moment, everything shifted. The air grew heavy with the weight of understanding, and the candle flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced like spirits in the night. They could feel the presence of their father, their ancestors, wrapped around them, an embrace that promised they were never truly alone. A sharp intake of breath shattered the stillness, a recognition that echoed through their shared grief. They were standing at the precipice of something vast, something terrifying, and yet, so profoundly beautiful. "Do you hear that?" Dryton's voice trembled, a quiver of hope threading through the despair. The wind rose, swirling in a crescendo of whispers that enveloped them, singing songs of the past and the promise of what would come. Melina felt herself teetering on the edge of understanding, the line between life and death blurring into a single heartbeat shared across generations. "I remember," she began again, breathless, eyes shining with unshed tears. The stories, the laughter, the heartbreak, they surged within her, a tide of memory that could no longer be contained. As they knelt in the darkness, the candle flickered low, casting a warm glow against the encroaching night, but within their hearts, it burned brighter than ever, illuminating the path forward, a reminder that love transcended even the coldest graves. Their spirits intertwined, ancestors and descendants, a bridge forged in the fires of memory and longing, as the ghosts of their past filled the space between them, whispering secrets that would forever bind them together. In that moment, the night was alive with possibility, heavy with anticipation, and the journey had only just begun. The night was thick with tension, the air crackling like static before a storm. I stood at the edge of the moonlit lake, the surface reflecting the shimmering silver of the stars above, perfectly still, yet I could feel the pulse of something beneath. It was the kind of calm that felt wrong, like a predator waiting for its moment. My heart raced, every beat echoing in my chest, heavy with the weight of unsaid words and forgotten promises. I remembered my sister's laughter, the way it danced like fireflies in the warm summer evenings, an echo from a world that felt so far away now. We had shared everything once, our hopes, our fears, even the tiniest secrets whispered under the blanket fort we had built in the attic. But now, as I stared into the dark waters, I felt the shadows encroaching,
a cold dread seeping deep into my bones. I could almost hear her voice, laced with mischief and warmth. "Don't be scared. The moon will protect us." But the moon had secrets too, secrets that twisted like the gnarled branches of the willow tree on the shore, watching, waiting. I hadn't seen her in days. The last time I had glimpsed my sister, she looked different. There was a quality about her, something ethereal, shimmering, like she was half-formed from the mist that cloaked the lake at dawn. I remembered the way she had clutched a delicate white flower in her hand, its petals as fragile as our bond, and I had brushed it aside as just another quirk of her whimsy. Now, as the chill crept through me, I felt the weight of regret settle like stones in my stomach. I was too late. And then, it happened. A ripple broke the surface of the lake, expanding outward like the throbbing of my heart, and from the depths, a figure emerged. Her skin gleamed like moonlight trapped in water, and her eyes were fierce like the heart of a storm. She was beautiful and terrifying, a serpent wrapped in human form, scales glistening in the dim light, a haunting juxtaposition of grace and danger. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice a melodic whisper that washed over me like a wave. "You've come to find her?" I stood frozen, caught in a web of emotion that tangled around my heart. "What have you done to her?" I demanded, though my voice trembled, betraying the fear that clawed at my throat. "She is mine now," the creature replied, a smirk playing on her lips, lips that promised both ecstasy and despair. "A gift, a curse, a choice. She chose me, you see." I wanted to scream, to shout, to shake her until the truth spilled out of her like water from a shattered vessel. My sister had never been one to choose danger. She was the light in our family, the protector of dreams and hopes. I remembered that day, her laughter ringing out as she chased butterflies in the meadow, completely unaware that darkness lurked just beyond the edges of her world. "Tell me where she is." My voice cracked with desperation, and I felt my heart clench. What was it about that creature that captivated me, that made my stomach twist with a mix of dread and longing? It was the way she moved, each gesture a dance steeped in ancient sorrow, as if the stars themselves had woven her from their light and darkness. "She walks between worlds now," the serpent replied, a note of sadness threading through her words. "A bridge between the mundane and the magical, and you are the anchor, tethered to what was." The air thickened, heavy with unshed tears and unspoken farewells. I remembered the tales, the whispers of the old women in the village about the white snake, a creature of profound sorrow, a being of unimaginable power, capable of weaving destinies and unraveling fates. No one ever spoke of her without a shiver of fear. But there I stood, mesmerized and terrified, in the presence of that legend, grappling with the pain of loss and the glimmer of hope that flickered like a candle in the dark. The serpent seemed to sense my turmoil. "You can save her," she said, her voice a caress that sent shivers down my spine. "But the price will be steep. Love is a powerful bond, yet it can turn as venomous as a snake's bite." I thought of my sister, of the times we had been inseparable, of the secrets we had shared. Would I pay any price to bring her back? "I would give everything," I whispered, a vow forged in the depths of my fear and hope. "Even my own heart." "Ah, but it is not that simple." The serpent chuckled softly, and the sound was sweet yet edged with something darker. "You must make a choice, and choices, oh, they have a way of leading us to paths we never intended to tread." The moon hung heavy in the sky, a witness to our pact, casting shadows that danced in the breeze, each flicker a reminder of what was at stake. I was teetering on the precipice of something monumental, the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. "Find her, then," the serpent hissed, her eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. "But know this, the deeper you plunge into the depths of the unknown, the more you risk losing yourself." And just like that, she vanished, a wisp of mist slipping through my fingers. The lake returned to its eerie stillness, but I felt a fire igniting within me, a fierce determination that sent warmth flooding my veins. I was left alone, but not entirely, for the echoes of my sister's laughter lingered in my mind, intertwining with the cool night air. I would find her, and I would pull her back from whatever darkness had claimed her. I remembered the stories of the past, the whispers of fate woven in time, and as I turned away from the lake, I felt the weight of destiny shift beneath my feet. I was stepping into a world that pulsed with possibility and dread, and I would not turn back. The night stretched before me, endless and full of shadows, but I would forge my path through them, chasing the fleeting light of my sister's spirit. This was only the beginning. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Albanian Alps, whispering secrets too ancient for modern ears. I stood there, heart pounding, a raw pulse of fear and exhilaration coursing through me. Shadows danced in the twilight, tossing a veil of unease across the crumbling stones of what once was a fortress, a sentinel to the stories of ages past. The air tasted of salt and smoke, a heady mixture that wrapped around my throat like a noose, tightening with every breath. I felt it, the weight of history pressing down, the echo of Illyrian spirits merging with my own. Lyra was beside me, her eyes searching the horizon, a storm brewing in their depths. She always had that look, a fierce determination masking the fragility just beneath her skin. "Do you ever wonder," she said, her voice low, "if the myths we cling to are just shadows of something far darker? Something that hunts us still?" Her question hung in the air, heavy and electric. I felt it, too, an invisible presence lurking just beyond the edge of our understanding, a spectre born from the tales of the Illyrians, weaving into the fabric of Albanian folklore. Those fierce warriors had etched their legacy in our blood, their haunting melodies echoing in our dreams. I remembered the stories my grandmother told, their courage, their betrayals, a history soaked in blood and glory. But tonight, as the stars blinked into existence, I felt their shadows close in, pulling me deeper into a legacy I couldn't escape. Beside Lyra stood Andy, a restless spirit trapped in the world of the living. He had often scoffed at the tales of brave Illyrian heroines, proving himself too modern for the myths of old. Yet, here he was, drawn into their web like a moth spiraling towards a flickering flame. "It's nonsense," he grumbled, scratching his chin, barely able to hide that pulse of fear beneath his bravado. "Ghost stories to frighten children. We're not in the past, we're here, now." But the intensity in his voice betrayed him. I could see it, the way his fingers twitched, the way his gaze darted towards the shadows, searching for something he pretended didn't exist. A chill ran through me. The weight of our ancestors settled upon us, a reminder that their stories were not mere echoes but living memories, ready to consume those who dared to dismiss them. "Remember the tale of the cursed king?" Lyra's voice cut through the air, a sharp blade in the dark. "How he betrayed his own and was haunted by their spirits for eternity." Her eyes blazed with an intensity that ignited something deep within me. I remembered the whispers of the past, the tales of betrayals that echoed through time, seeping into our bones. Andy laughed, but it was a hollow sound, a mask for the dread that gnawed at him. The night grew heavier, the shadows thickening as if they had minds of their own. I felt their breath against my skin, a chill that sent shivers down my spine. The stories, the blood-soaked histories of the Illyrians, were alive tonight, awakening something primordial within us. Andy's bravado faltered, his laughter fading into a nervous silence. I could see it, the flash in his eyes, a flicker of belief in the impossible. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a low rumble like the growl of a beast awakened from slumber. Lyra gasped, clutching my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh, grounding me in the chaos of unease. What if they're angry? What if we're trespassing on their stories? The fear in her voice twisted my heart, a raw ache that blossomed into something more profound. "We're part of them," I whispered, the truth striking me like a thunderbolt. "The Illyrians live through us, their struggles, their triumphs. We carry their curse and their grace." The shadows flickered, and I swore I saw shapes dancing just out of reach, figures from the past stepping into our world, seeking something they had lost. Andy turned, his face pale. "You can't be serious. They're just stories." But his voice cracked, revealing the doubt clawing at his insides. The fear was palpable, gathering like storm clouds overhead, pressing down on us, urging us to confront the very essence of our existence. I could feel the past pulsing in the air, thick and suffocating. The Illyrians, fierce and untamed, were not merely ghosts, they were our ancestors, our legacy entwined with the myths we thought were just tales. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes locked onto the dark horizon.
We need to face them, she said, summoning a strength I didn't know she possessed. We owe them that much. And with those words, the ground shook violently, as if agreeing with her defiance. I felt it, a chorus of voices rising from the depths, a cacophony of ancient warriors, grieving lovers, and vengeful spirits. Their cries echoed through time, crashing against the walls of our reality. Help us remember, I found myself whispering, the plea escaping my lips like a prayer. Help us understand. The overwhelming sense of urgency surged through me, demanding answers that had been buried in the annals of time. Andy's breath quickened, panic flashing across his face as the shadows began to swirl, coiling around us like smoke. What do you want? He yelled into the darkness, a desperate challenge against the unknown. The moon cast an eerie glow on the stones, illuminating the signs of an ancient world unearthed. We want to be seen, came a low, rumbling voice, a spectral echo resonating in the air, thick with sorrow and rage. I felt the ground shudder beneath my feet, the shadows swirling closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. You are us, and we are you. The blood that runs in your veins carries our stories. Time stretched, a taut string vibrating with raw energy. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of Illyrian warriors reaching out, their ethereal hands grasping at the edges of our reality. They were here. They were now. Lyra stood at the precipice, a beacon of fierce determination, while Andy wavered beside me, the conflict churning behind his eyes. We can't run from this, I said, my voice a mere whisper, lost in the cacophony of the past. We must confront it, face the darkness. A reckoning was at hand, a reckoning that transcended time itself. The atmosphere crackled with energy as we stood, united yet trembling, on the brink of an abyss, ready to plunge into the depths of Albanian myths and the haunting legacy of the Illyrians. The night was thick with shadows that seemed to breathe, wrapping around the ancient stones like the whispers of long-dead ancestors. A sudden crack of thunder shattered the heavy stillness, echoing through the mountains, and in that moment, the world felt both impossibly vast and unforgivingly small. I stood there, heart pounding, the rain cascading down like tears from the heavens, each drop a reminder of the weight of legacy, of the blood-soaked history that the Krasniki clan carried on their backs like a shroud. In the heart of it all, there was Dryton, his hands trembling as they gripped the hilt of his blade. He was a warrior by birth, but tonight he felt more like a boy lost in a darkened forest. His lineage was heavy, a burden of honor and vengeance that clawed at his soul. All around him, shadows danced in the flickering light of the torches, and in that haunting glow, the memories of his father emerged, his laughter, the way he taught Dryton to fight, the way he held him close and whispered tales of heroes long gone. I remember, Dryton thought, choking on the bitterness of nostalgia. I remember when he was not a ghost. Beside him stood Lyra, her eyes flashing with a fire that both frightened and excited him. She was a force of nature, fierce and unyielding, yet within her lay a well of sorrow that threatened to swallow her whole. The weight of her family's fall lay like a shadow upon her heart. Her brother, the brave one, had been taken by betrayal, and now she sought vengeance not just for him but for the bloodlines that were stained with the sins of the past. I will not let his death be in vain, she whispered, her breath clouding in the cold air like a promise, but her voice trembled, hinting at the cracks in her facade. Around them, the wind howled, a mournful cry that carried with it the bitterness of betrayal and the taste of fear. The Krasniki clan was known for their valor and unbreakable spirit, yet here they were, on the precipice of a storm, both literal and emotional, facing a darkness that threatened to consume them. We are haunted, Dryton murmured, haunted by our own history. As the storm raged, the distant echoes of drums began to pulse like the very heartbeat of a dying beast. The gathering of the clans was no mere celebration, but a prelude to war. Each beat reverberated through the night, pulling at something deep within. Memories of laughter and feasting twisted into visions of violence and bloodshed. The Krasniki name was not just a title, it was a legacy of warriors who had danced with death and laughed in the face of oblivion. But laughter was now a ghost that slipped through their fingers, replaced with the cold embrace of dread. Lyra's jaw clenched as she watched the shadows shift uneasily. They come for us, Dryton, she said, her voice low yet urgent. They always come. Her words spiraled around him, wrapping tighter, constricting like a noose. He could feel the grip of fear tightening around his heart.
What if we're not enough? He glanced at her, desperate for assurance, but found only the raw fury in her eyes, a fire that promised destruction. The clan's history was etched into their very beings, but it also bound them to a fate they couldn't escape. "We cannot falter," she replied, her voice a crackling ember, igniting something within him. "We will rise from the ashes, or we will burn." Then came the clash of steel against steel in the distance, the clash of past and present, the sounds of war ripping through the fabric of their reality. Dryton felt the weight of fear shift into something else, something raw and primal. He thought of his father's teachings, the stories steeped in blood and honor, how the Krasniki clan had faced their demons time and again. Each battle a reminder that the past never truly faded, it lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise. "I remember," he whispered again, "the stories of heroes." Each word was a talisman against the encroaching darkness. But Lyra's eyes were not on the horizon, they were glued to him, searching for a spark of hope amidst the chaos. "And what of us?" she pressed, the urgency palpable. "What stories will we leave behind?" With the weight of their ancestors bearing down upon them, he felt the connections to their past, the pain, the loss, the battle cries that echoed through time. The Krasniki clan had survived centuries of bloodshed, but at what cost? Would they emerge as the warriors they were destined to be, or would they too become mere whispers, lost in the shadows of history? The air crackled with tension, punctuated by the distant rumbling of thunder, a reminder that the storm was both outside and within them. "We fight for each other," he declared, a fierce resolve igniting in his chest. "We fight for the Krasniki name, for the ones we've lost, for the ones who still stand." The words rolled off his tongue like a prayer, but as the shadows shifted, he felt the truth of them echoing back. What if victory was a fleeting illusion? The drums pounded louder now, a heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of history, urging them forward. They were not just warriors or remnants of a clan, they were a living testament to resilience, a dance upon the edge of oblivion. In that moment, as the storm howled and the darkness beckoned, the weight of their legacy settled upon them like an armor forged in fire. Together, they stepped into the darkness, hearts racing, breath mingling with the storm. The silence before the storm was deafening, a prelude to the chaos that awaited. The significance of the Krasniki clan wasn't just in their blood, it was in their defiance, their will to confront the shadows that threatened to consume them. They were not just the heirs of a name, but the embodiment of its spirit, unyielding and fierce. And as the world tilted on its axis, they would meet the darkness with fire in their hearts, for the tales of the Krasniki had yet to be written, and the ink was still fresh, still waiting to spill forth in a torrent of vengeance and honor. The night shivered with the promise of battle, and the air was electric with anticipation. The stories would not end here, they would echo into eternity, the legacy of the Krasniki rising from the ashes once more. In the heart of the Albanian mountains, the night is a shroud, thick and palpable, wrapping the village in an eerie embrace. Shadows flicker, dancing around the flickering candlelight of a small home. Inside, the air is heavy with the scent of burnt wood and the taste of fear. A child's whimper pierces the silence, a reminder that terror knows no age. Outside, a storm brews, the wind howling like the lament of centuries past, whispering tales of the legends who walked these lands. I remember the night the stories came alive, the village gathering around the fire, hearts beating in unison, listening for the echoes of our ancestors. I remember the weight of their names, Jurguj Castrioti, known as Skanderbeg, the warrior who defied the Ottomans, his sword glistening with the blood of invaders, and the tragic beauty of Mujo, the hero of 100 songs, whose love for the impossible burned like a supernova, destined to end in ashes. Clement, a man of shadows and dreams, stood among us, his eyes flickering with the intensity of a man haunted by his own legacy. The weight of his blood made him restless. He was a descendant of legendary figures, but all he felt was inadequacy. "I'm not a warrior," he would say, his voice cracking under the burden of expectation. "I can't even defend my own heart." As the flickering flames danced, his hands trembled, fingers tracing the air as if to carve out his destiny. Then there was Elira, a spirited girl with hair the color of midnight. Her laughter could slice through the darkness, yet it hid an abyss of sorrow. She spoke of Mujo as if he were her lover, her soulmate lost to the cruel hands of fate. "He fought for love, but love is a battlefield of its own," she would say, her voice a melody of hope and despair, leaving us all yearning for something more. What is a hero without a heart to save? The storm outside raged, mirroring the storm within. Clement clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing against the memories that haunted him. You think they are heroes, he spat into the night. Skanderbeg lost everything. His people betrayed him. Heroes fall, Illyra. They always do. His words cut like a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. Around the fire, we shifted uneasily, caught in the grip of his anger, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon us like the mountains themselves. Illyra's eyes sparkled with defiance, her spirit a fire that could not be quenched. But they rise again. Skanderbeg was more than a man, he was a symbol. A hope for the hopeless. The flames flickered, casting grotesque shadows on her face, illuminating the fierce determination that burned within her. In that moment, she was the embodiment of every woman who had ever fought against the odds, each heartbeat a declaration of her unyielding spirit. As the wind howled outside, a sudden silence fell over the gathering. The tension was thick, almost suffocating, as we awaited the storm's climax, a confrontation not just with each other but with the ghosts of our past. We were all standing on the precipice of history, teetering between admiration and disdain, love and loss. I remember, Clement said, his voice low, almost a whisper, the stories my grandfather told me. They were warriors, yes, but also men of flaw. Skanderbeg was consumed by grief, he lost his family, his country. And Nujo? His love drove him mad. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, vulnerability creeping into his voice like the encroaching night. How can I live up to that? How can any of us? Illyra took a step closer, the firelight catching the defiance in her features. They are not just tales, Clement. They remind us of our strength. Of what we can become. Her voice rang out, a clarion call against the storm outside. We may not wield swords, but we are warriors in our own battles. The heart is the most powerful weapon of all. Can you not feel it? The storm reached its crescendo, lightning illuminating the sky like a flash of forgotten memories. The air crackled with electricity, mirroring the charged atmosphere among us. I felt the weight of their words, the raw emotion coursing through the space, threading through our hearts like an invisible chain binding us to the legends we revered. We were each a reflection of those heroes, flawed, uncertain, yet forever striving. The wind howled louder, and for a moment, I could almost hear the distant echoes of Skanderbeg's battle cries, the clashing of swords, Nujo's final lament for his lost love. I was swept into the past, feeling the pulse of history beneath my skin, the agony and ecstasy mingling, entwining like lovers in a forbidden embrace. What do we fight for? I thought, the question hanging in the air like a spectre, demanding an answer. Then came the realization, striking and profound, our stories were not just shadows of the past, they were the lifeblood that coursed through our veins, shaping our very existence. Clement, Illyra, and I were woven into the same tapestry of dreams and nightmares, each thread a story of hope intertwined with despair. Maybe, Clement whispered, a newfound resolve washing over him, maybe being a hero isn't about fighting on the battlefield. Maybe it's simply about standing up, even when you're terrified. His words hung in the air, fragile yet powerful, echoing against the howling wind outside. Illyra nodded, her spirit ignited, and loving fiercely, even when it hurts. That is the essence of their legends. And in that moment, we all felt it, the connection that tied us to our ancestors, the fire that burned within each of us, urging us forward through the darkness. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat a reminder that we were not just spectators in this dance of history, but active participants. The storm raged on, but inside us, a different tempest brewed, one of courage, vulnerability, and a fierce determination to carve our own paths, even against the backdrop of our forebears. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that danced with the ghosts of old, we found our voices rising above the storm. We were Clement, Illyra, and I, a trio of flawed heroes, poised on the edge of our own legends, bound by the unbreakable threads of our past yet yearning to ignite the future. And in that moment, the stories of our ancestors echoed through the night, resonating within us, reminding us that every heart is a battlefield, and every life a legend waiting to be written anew.
A low growl punctuated the stillness, resonating in the marrow of my bones, echoing through the dense woods like a dark promise. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribs as shadows danced, twisting into phantoms beneath the waning moonlight. For a moment, time held its breath. In that breathless pause, I remembered my grandmother's tales, stories that curled around my childhood like smoke, inviting yet sinister. The wolf, she'd say, eyes glimmering with a knowing gleam, is both protector and predator. It wears many faces. Eldra stirred beside me, her breath quickening as she clutched her shawl tighter around her shoulders, as if it could shield her from the invisible weight pressing down on us. She was the dreamer, my sister, with a heart woven from the threads of hope and despair. I could see the flicker of doubt in her wide, searching eyes. "Do you think they know we're here?" she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "No," I breathed, but the words felt like a lie, slippery and cold. The woods were alive, a breathing entity steeped in secrets. The wolves were guardians of the night, and we were trespassers in a world ruled by their ancient laws. 3 nights ago, we had lost ourselves in the enchanting embrace of folklore, our laughter echoing through the dimly lit hall of our childhood home. The wolf is a symbol of strength, courage, Eldra had declared, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's not just a monster hiding in the dark. It teaches us to confront our fears. I had laughed, believing in her optimism, but now I sensed the weight of her words like stones in my gut. The air thickened around us, suffocating in its intensity. I could feel Eldra's fear curling around her heart like vines, squeezing until she gasped for breath. I wished I could take her pain away, but I was tethered to my own. I remembered my childhood, every shadow, every whisper. The stories of my grandfather, who had faced the wolf in the wild. He stared into its eyes and saw his own soul reflected back. I had told Eldra, trying to soothe her. Yet here we were, trapped in a haunting reminder of our lineage, of the deep-seated fears that clawed at our sanity. A rustle to our left. The sound sent cold rivulets down my spine. I turned, half expecting to see a spectral figure emerge from the darkness, perhaps a ghost of our ancestors, or worse, the wolf itself. Eldra's grip on my arm tightened, and in that moment, a sharp pang of regret sliced through me. I had dragged her into this nightmare, had urged her to stand strong. But now, confronted by the primal energy of the forest, my bravado felt hollow. "We shouldn't have come," I muttered, the weight of my choices crashing down like a wave. Just then, the howl pierced the air, mournful and haunting, a lament that resonated with the very essence of loss. I felt it in my bones, the echo of generations that had walked this land before us, those who had faced the wolf and emerged either as victors or victims. I thought of the stories, the villagers who spoke of the Jack Marja, the blood feuds that spilled like ink on the pages of history. The wolf was more than just a creature, it was a reflection of our darkest selves, our fears laid bare. Eldra let out a shaky breath, and in that instant, I could see the fight leaving her. "Cranaria," she whispered, the Albanian word for pride. "We carry our ancestors' pride in our blood." But the pride felt heavy now, like a shroud. I could feel the looming presence of the wolf, not just as a beast but as a symbol of everything we had tried to escape, the burdens of our lineage, the unspeakable grief that clung to us like a second skin. The shadows shifted again, and from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. A moment later, the eyes of a wolf gleamed, piercing and bright, emerging from the cloister of trees. It was a creature born of the night, a phantom wrapped in sinew and bone. My heart thundered in my chest, a primal rhythm that echoed the very chase of life and death. "Stay close," I hissed, instinct kicking in. But my voice felt feeble, lost amidst the symphony of the wild. The wolf stepped forward, its movements fluid, mesmerizing. A part of me recognized the beauty in its strength, the raw power that radiated from its being. It was wild, untamed, a ruler of its domain. "Maybe it wants to protect us," Eldra murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. There was a spark of fear, but also a flicker of something else, an understanding. The wolf was both a guardian and a harbinger, a reminder that survival came with a price. Time slipped away, stretching like the shadows that whispered around us. I remembered tales of warriors who had worn wolf skins in battle,
who channeled the ferocity of the beast into their veins. What would it mean to embrace that darkness? To let the wolf inside guide us? My thoughts spiraled into a chaos of longing and despair. The wolf prowled closer, its breath misting in the cold air, a ghostly white against the charcoal night. My heart raced as its gaze locked onto mine, and in that instant, I felt an inexplicable connection, a tether binding our souls. I thought of my grandmother's words, echoing through time, the wolf is both the hunter and the hunted. It mirrors our fears, our desires. Embrace it, and you embrace yourself. Eldra took a step forward, and I reached for her, but she was already lost in the moment, drawn to the creature like a moth to flame. The air shifted, charged with an electric energy. I watched, breathless, as she matched the wolf's gaze, searching for something deep within its wild depths. In the haunting stillness, I understood, this moment was not just about survival, it was about awakening. The wolf was a part of us, as much as we were a part of it. The fear I clutched so tightly began to unravel, threads of ancient lore weaving themselves into the fabric of my heart. What if we were not merely victims of fate? What if we could be the warriors of our own story, confronting our demons with the ferocity of the wolf? But before I could voice my thoughts, the tension snapped like a taut string. The wolf turned, darting back into the shadows, leaving us breathless and bewildered. Eldra and I stood side by side, hearts pounding, haunted by the echo of that growl, that promise. We were not merely observers in this dance of life and death, we were participants, entwined in a tapestry woven from fear, courage, and the haunting melody of the wolf that echoed in our souls. The night loomed large and dark, a canvas of endless possibilities. As we stood beneath the moonlight, I could feel the stirrings of change within us. The shadows whispered, and the wolf howled again, a haunting lullaby that beckoned us forward into the unknown, challenging us to confront the very essence of who we were becoming. The air was thick, electric, the kind of silence that weighs heavy against the skin, as if the world held its breath. I stood in the shadow of the crumbling fortress, the stones whispering secrets of battles long lost, memories buried beneath centuries of dust. The moon hung low, a pale eye witnessing the turmoil churning inside me. Somewhere in the distance, an ancient song danced on the wind, a haunting melody that spoke of identity, of roots buried deep in the soil of history. Bismir, with his wild, unkempt hair and eyes aflame with desperation, crashed through the gates of the past. "They mock us, Anna." "They don't understand," he spat, the words dripping venom. His fists clenched, knuckles white, as if he could crush the very air that surrounded him, filled with the weight of centuries-old myths and prejudices. He searched for something beyond reason, a connection, a flame of hope in a world steeped in misunderstanding. I could see the ghosts of his ancestors flickering behind him, their faces twisted in grief, their voices echoing through time. I stood frozen, the chill of his words cutting deeper than the night air. "But what if they are right?" I whispered, the question trembling on my lips, a fear that had haunted me since childhood, an unsettling doubt that clawed at the edges of my consciousness like a relentless beast. What if we are just nothing? Just a collection of borrowed phrases and lost dreams. The shadows enveloped me, wrapping around my body like a shroud, smothering the flicker of defiance that had once burned bright within. No. Bismir's voice was a thunderclap, erupting through the silence like a storm. The language is alive. It breathes. It sings. It is our blood, Anna. It is the pulse of our identity, the very essence of who we are. His passion ignited a fire within me, a spark that threatened to consume my doubts. Yet, as I listened to his fervent declarations, a part of me recoiled, haunted by memories of laughter turned bitter, of friends who had turned away when the weight of my heritage became too much to bear. The moonlight bathed us in silvery hues, illuminating the scars etched across our hearts. Bismir's determination clashed with my uncertainty, a storm brewing beneath the surface, a tempest that threatened to explode. "I remember," he said, his voice softer now, a tremor lacing his words. "I remember the stories my grandmother told me, tales woven into the very fabric of time. They spoke of heroes and warriors, of love and loss. Each word was a thread, binding us to something greater, something eternal.
I closed my eyes, allowing the memories to wash over me, the fragrant scent of fresh-baked bread, the warmth of laughter shared around a table, the rhythm of our language flowing like a river, carving its path through the mountains of misunderstanding. But even as the nostalgia surged, doubt lurked, a shadow lurking just beyond the light. But what happens when the stories fade? When the language withers? Will we be nothing but echoes, ghosts of a forgotten past? Bismir stood tall, unwavering, his silhouette framed against the night sky. No, Anna. We must fight. We must scream our truths into the void, even if the world chooses not to listen. Even if our voices tremble. The intensity in his gaze pierced through the fog of confusion, igniting something within me that I thought had long extinguished. A longing, a fierce desire to reclaim what was ours, to stand defiant against the tides of history threatening to wash us away. As I looked at him, I saw not just a man but a warrior, a guardian of our culture, our language, our very essence. Each word he spoke was a battle cry against the ignorance that sought to define us. I remember, I found myself saying, my voice quaking with the weight of the truth. I remember the night spent beneath the stars, dreaming of a future where our tongue would never grow silent. Where our stories would not dissolve into the ether like smoke. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as if the universe itself held its breath. I could feel the pulse of our collective history thrumming through my veins, the fear mingling with fierce pride. The myths surrounding us twisted and turned, creating a labyrinth of identity, each path leading to a different truth. But what if we are not just one thing? I asked, the question trembling on my lips, echoing my own confusion. What if we are the sum of our contradictions? For a moment, his anger faltered, replaced by the weight of contemplation. Then we embrace every piece of ourselves, Anna. The language, the stories, the flaws, we take it all. That is where our strength lies. The conviction in his voice stirred something deep within me, a yearning for clarity amidst the chaos. I wanted to believe him, to strip away the layers of doubt that clung to my heart like a second skin. But the ghosts of my past lingered, weaving through our conversation, whispers of judgment and ridicule. The faces of those who mocked my heritage, who twisted my identity into something unrecognizable, flashed before me like specters, haunting my every thought. They'll never understand, Bismir. They'll never see us for who we truly are. They'll always see the myths, the misconceptions. In that moment, the revelation hit me like a thunderbolt. Our identity was not simply what we said or how we spoke, but the journey we took to reclaim and redefine ourselves. It was the bleeding heart of every story, every struggle, every moment of courage. I remember, I whispered again, feeling the weight of it all crashing down around us. I remember the sound of our language rippling through the valleys, as if the mountains were singing back to us. Bismir reached for my hand, the warmth of his grip a lifeline amid the storm brewing within. Then we will make them listen, he declared, and in his eyes, I saw that fierce flame of hope igniting once more. We will weave our truths into the fabric of existence, and they will not forget. As the night deepened, we stood there, two souls entwined in a dance of defiance, facing the shadows of our past. The world outside may have been filled with noise, but within us, the language roared, vibrant and alive. It was a promise, a pledge, a relentless heartbeat echoing through the silence, a testament to the myths surrounding us and the truths waiting to be unveiled. The air hung thick with the scent of wet earth and wildflowers, as if nature held its breath, waiting for a storm. I stood at the edge of a cliff, heart pounding like a war drum, watching the shadows stretch and dance over the valley below. A storm was brewing, but it was nothing compared to the tempest raging in my soul. The tales of the past whispered around me, haunting echoes of women whose voices had been silenced, yet whose spirits roared like the wind that whipped through the trees. She was there, the figure in white, her long hair flowing like a river of silk, her eyes ablaze with defiance. Lul, they called her, a name that meant flower, yet she was anything but delicate. A warrior at heart, she wore her scars like badges of honor. I remembered the stories, how she had stood against the invaders who dared to trample upon her homeland. Her spirit was a flame, igniting the hearts of those around her. But even flames can flicker, can dim in the face of despair. I could see it in her face, the weariness that clung to her like a shroud.
"Lul, they'll come for you," I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. "They want to bury your light." She turned to me, and the intensity in her gaze pierced through my doubts. "Let them try. I am not just a name in a story, I am the fire in the dark. They will remember me." Then there was Myra, the ghostly figure who drifted through the tales, cloaked in sorrow. A woman of the mountains, she was both a healer and a curse. They said she could speak to the dead, summon their spirits, and bend fate to her will. But there was a price, and the weight of that cost bore down on her like the heavy, relentless sky. I felt her pain, a pulsing ache that connected us across time. I remember, she had said to me once, her voice a soft echo. I remember the laughter that turned to screams, the joy that twisted into despair. My heart is a graveyard of memories. Her sorrow was a palpable thing, a locket of grief she wore against her chest. Myra had loved deeply, had lost even more. Yet, amidst the darkness, there flickered a flicker of hope, a dream of redemption. Yet even dreams can haunt. In the distance, the storm finally broke, unleashing torrents of rain that pelted down like arrows. I shivered, the cold seeping into my bones, as Lul's laughter rang out, a wild, intoxicating sound that battled the thunder. "Come now, do you fear a little rain?" And there it was, the fierce joy that made the heart swell. She spun, arms outstretched, embracing the tempest. She was both the storm and its conqueror. I yearned to join her, to cast aside the chains of worry and despair that held me captive. I felt the warmth of her spirit seep into my very essence, a reminder that there was power in vulnerability, that even amidst chaos, one could find their truth. When Myra stepped forward, her presence changed the air, thickening it with emotion. "You think this storm is fearsome? You have yet to witness the fury of a woman scorned." She spoke with a gravity that silenced the raindrops, made them hang in the air, trembling. "We carry the weight of our histories, our battles, but we also carry the strength of our ancestors. Do not underestimate what flows in your veins." I remembered the old legends, the tales of women turned into warriors, of mothers who fought for their children's futures, of daughters rising from the ashes of their mothers' dreams. Their stories were not merely whispers but roars that echoed through the mountains, calling for justice, for retribution. And as I stood there, caught between the storm and the heartbeat of history, I felt the weight of those stories press against me, urging me to listen, to remember. The rain fell harder, transforming the world into a blur of swirling colors and emotions, anguish and triumph intertwined. I could feel Lul and Myra beneath the surface, their spirits thrumming with the pulse of life. I could see flashes of their past, Lul, sword in hand, rallying the villagers to rise against their oppressors, Myra, amidst the shadows, weaving spells of love and loss as she mourned the souls who had come before. And then came the confrontation, a clash of wills that shook the very earth beneath my feet. Lul faced a figure emerging from the storm, an embodiment of darkness, a representation of the forces that sought to extinguish her fire. His eyes glowed with malice, a predator seeking its prey. "What do you think you can do?" he sneered, voice dripping with disdain. "You are but a fleeting moment in a world that forgets." But Lul stood tall, unwavering, the wind catching her hair like a banner of defiance. "I am not here to be forgotten. I am the storm that shakes the very foundation of your cruelty." Myra stepped beside her, a spectre of strength, and together they formed a shield of resilience. "You may think you can drown our voices, but we are the echoes of our ancestors, the whispers of the wise. You cannot silence us." As they stood together, I felt the air thrum with the energy of 1,000 stories, their pain, their joy, their battles, and their victories coalescing into a force that transcended time. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the fierce beauty of their bond, the unbreakable connection between women who had fought for their place in a world that often refused to see them. It was a reminder that legends are not born from perfection but from the raw and messy tapestry of life. Each thread vibrated with a heartbeat, a story yearning to be told. And the storm roared on, a testament to their strength and resilience. I closed my eyes, feeling the rain on my skin, the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, as if the very cosmos were wrapping around me, urging me to remember, to feel, to embrace the stories that shaped us all. As I opened my eyes, the storm swirled around me, a dance of shadows and light.
I stood at that cliff's edge, caught between the past and the present, the memories of Lul and Myra pulling me deeper into their world, into the realm of women whose voices refused to be silenced. The storm raged on, and I knew this was only the beginning, a mere whisper of their tales, waiting to be written anew. I remember the moment the air thickened, slicing through the silence like a knife, and the shadows twisted into something alive. It was dusk, and the forest was veiled in a shroud of twilight, a half-lit world where whispers danced between the trees. I was not alone, though the weight of the shadows pressed upon me like a secret too heavy to bear. There were two of us, Anna, with her cascading hair, caught between defiance and despair, and Thomas, whose brooding presence faltered only in the face of his own darkness. "Anna, don't!" Thomas hissed, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. She was drawn toward the heart of the forest, toward the haunting melody that seeped through the trees like smoke, luring her with promises of lost dreams and untold power. I could almost touch the desperation in his voice, thick like the fog that clung to the ground, ensnaring them both. But Anna, fierce and fragile, longed to feel something beyond the humdrum of existence. I could see it in her eyes, the flickering flame of a girl who had known loss, who had loved too deeply, who had lost herself. She was the embodiment of hope, a delicate flower growing in a graveyard, defying the decay around her. "I can't go back," she murmured, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Not after the way it was." The shadows deepened, and the air crackled with tension. I felt the stirring of the Zona, the spirit of the wild, a being that danced through the trees, fierce and free. She was a protector but also a seductress, a whispering echo of the past that promised power but demanded a price. I remember the stories, the tales woven into the very fabric of our childhood, tales that spoke of beauty and ruin. The Zona would give you what you yearned for, but those who drank too deeply from her well of enchantments rarely emerged unscathed. "Stay away from the edge," Thomas warned, voice shaking. He grasped her wrist, his grip desperate, a lifeline tethering her to sanity, but her eyes, those wide, stormy seas, were already lost in the depths of a different reality. "You don't know what you're inviting. You don't know what it will cost." "But I need something," Anna whispered, tears glistening like shattered glass. "I need to feel alive again." Her heartache was a palpable thing, a wound that bled into the night. I felt it in my bones, the echo of love and loss, of aching solitude that dragged at her soul. The moon, a cold witness, peered through the gnarled branches, illuminating the path before her, a path lined with shadows of those who had walked it before. I thought of the Razor, the spirit of the valleys, whose whispers could soothe the fiercest storm, yet carried a burden of sorrow that matched Anna's own. The Razor was a keeper of memories, a silent guardian of the forgotten. He lingered in the spaces between breaths, in the rustling leaves, in the very essence of the night. In his embrace, one could find solace, but also the cruel reminder of what had been lost. "Anna," I called, the desperation spilling from my lips like a prayer. "What if the Zona gives you what you want, but takes everything else?" The words hung heavy in the air, saturated with the weight of truth. But she didn't hear me, her gaze was locked onto the shadows that writhed, twisting like serpents. The melody beckoned, sweet yet dripping with foreboding. Thomas's grip faltered, and I could feel his internal battle, his own demons wrestling with the urge to protect her. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, as the shadows danced closer. I could feel the pull of the supernatural, the hunger of the spirits that lingered, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack in the resolve. "You want to feel alive," he said, voice raw. "Then fight for it. Fight for us, not for something that will consume you." For a moment, the forest held its breath. Anna's resolve flickered like a candle in the wind. I could see her heart's war raging in the depths of her eyes, warring between the allure of the Zona and the warmth of Thomas's love. It was a moment suspended in time, a single heartbeat echoing in the void. I remember the way it felt when we were whole," she whispered, almost to herself, the words falling like fragile leaves to the ground. Thomas stepped closer, his presence a wall against the night. "Then choose to stay whole," he urged, but the shadows were relentless, curling around her like a lover's embrace, pulling her toward the precipice of a decision that could unravel everything. "If you go to her, you might never come back."
and there it was, the abyss threatening to swallow her whole, a chasm resonating with the cries of the lost. I felt the tension crackle in the air, a tangible force as the Zona's song intensified, weaving through the branches like smoke. It was intoxicating, and I could almost taste the bitterness of desperation on my tongue. This forest, this cursed, beautiful forest, held all the secrets, all the heartbreaks, and every ghost that had ever danced in the shadows. Anna! I shouted again, and in that moment, the world narrowed down to her, the girl caught in the tempest of her own making. She trembled, torn between the yearning for power and the aching need for connection. Behind her, Thomas hovered, a guardian watching over his own heart as it teetered on the brink of despair. The night deepened, and the Zona's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that seeped into our souls. I remembered the stories, the curses, the blessings, and the sacrifices. I felt the weight of history pressing in, the lives that had been claimed by desire, the dreams that had twisted into nightmares. And beneath it all, I understood the truth. Sometimes, the battle isn't against the dark, but against the light that blinds us. It was a war fought not with swords or shields but with choices and hearts laid bare. Anna's gaze flickered, caught between two worlds, and I knew, whatever path she chose, none of us would ever be the same. The air crackled, charged with a sense of inevitability, and as the shadows closed in, the melody grew louder, drowning out all reason. The Zona and the Razor were here, waiting, watching, and our fate hung suspended in the silence of the night. The moon hung low, a pale spectre draped in despair, casting ghostly shadows across the cobblestones of the ancient town. The air buzzed with a tension so thick it could be sliced with a knife, and I could feel it crawling beneath my skin, the whispers of old rituals, stories coiling around us like smoke. I stood there, heart pounding, as the lanterns flickered in the breeze, their light just barely illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd, each one etched with fear, yearning, and a touch of madness. In the center stood Deirdre, her hands trembling as she clutched the talisman that had been passed down through generations. It shimmered, an eerie glow that pulsed like a heartbeat, as if it held the very essence of the myths it had witnessed. She was fierce, resolute, yet behind those piercing eyes, a storm raged, a blizzard of doubt and hope. I could see it in the way she shifted her weight from one foot to the other, the way her breath hitched whenever the wind howled through the empty streets. She was a warrior, wearing the scars of her past like a second skin, but this was different. This wasn't about battles won or lost, it was about something much darker, something that gnawed at the edges of her soul. Beside her, Finn, my childhood friend, stood frozen. His expression mirrored the chaos swirling within me, a tempest of emotions that threatened to spill over. He had always been the brave one, the one who charged headfirst into danger, but now, he was a statue, carved from granite, rooted in fear. I remember the nights we spent telling tales of gods and monsters, our laughter ringing out like a melody in the darkness. But this was reality, stark and unyielding. The myths we had laughed at were no longer stories, they were warnings, and the rituals we had once regarded with skepticism now loomed like specters. The tension thickened, suffocating, as the crowd began to chant, their voices rising and falling like the tide. It was a rhythm ancient and primal, resonating deep within the marrow of my bones. The words were foreign, yet they felt familiar, echoing in the recesses of my mind, stirring memories best left forgotten. I closed my eyes, letting the sound wash over me, feeling it claw at the edges of my sanity. I remembered the tales of sacrifice, of offerings made to appease the gods who demanded blood for favor, and dread gnawed at my insides like a hungry beast. Deirdre stepped forward, the talisman raised high, and the chanting surged like a tidal wave. Her voice, powerful yet tinged with desperation, sliced through the darkness. We seek to understand. We seek to break the chains of our ancestors. But the words hung heavy in the air, coiling around us, suffocating. I could almost see the ghosts of those who had come before, their shadows flickering in the periphery, watching, waiting, voiceless yet deafening. They were part of the ritual, a reminder of what had been, and what could be again. Finn's gaze shifted, a flicker of recognition igniting behind his eyes. "We can't do this, Deirdre," he shouted, panic lacing his voice. "You don't know what they want. You don't know what they'll take." There was a pain in his voice, a betrayal of the bond we had, and I felt the weight of his anguish settling like stones on my chest. I wanted to scream, to shake him from his stupor, but his words echoed with truth. The rituals were not merely performances, they were entanglements, binding us to the past in horrifying ways. And then, as if summoned from the depths of some long-buried memory, I felt a chill seep into the very fibers of my being. The presence of the divine, or the damned, wrapped around us like fog, tangible and thick. I strained to see through the murky haze, catching glimpses of faces twisted in agony, eyes wide with torment, bodies bound by unseen forces. The rituals had teeth, sharp and jagged, and they were hungry. Deirdre's voice rose again, a clarion call to the bravest part of us. We are not merely shadows. We shape our fate. Her words sliced through the weight of despair, igniting a flicker of defiance in the crowd. But the shadows whispered, swirling around her, threatening to drag her down into the abyss. I could see it, the struggle, the light fighting against the dark, each heartbeat a battle between hope and despair. Finn stepped forward, drawn by an unseen force, the talisman's glow reflecting in his eyes. Deirdre, this isn't about us. This is about them. The stories, the rituals, they carry weight. They demand tribute. His voice trembled, a raw edge cutting through the chant, and I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to stop him from plunging further into this nightmarish dance. The air crackled with energy, and I could almost feel the presence of the myths pressing against us, breathing, alive with hunger. The crowd moved as one, a tide of desperation and faith surging toward the precipice. I wanted to scream, to tear through the layers of ritual that threatened to consume us. I remember the stories, the warnings woven into the fabric of our lives, yet here we stood, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The talisman pulsed, a heartbeat in the darkness, and the shadows loomed larger, whispering promises of power, of understanding. But at what cost? Deirdre's voice wavered, her resolve cracking like glass. We will not be silenced. But even as she spoke, I could see the doubt seep into her eyes, the realization that the price of knowledge may be more than she was willing to pay. The crowd surged, the chant rising to a fever pitch, and I felt the pulse of the earth beneath us, an ancient rhythm echoing through the stones. And then it happened, a moment frozen in time. The talisman shattered, a brilliant explosion of light that pierced the darkness, and the ritual unraveled like threads pulled from a tapestry. I remember the shock, the instantaneous silence as the echoes faded, leaving only the sound of my own ragged breath. The shadows recoiled, leaving us vulnerable, exposed. I looked at Deirdre, her face pale, a harbinger of the unknown, and at Finn, whose eyes reflected both terror and a flicker of hope. In that moment, the stories shifted, the rituals morphed. The air crackled with a new energy, one that whispered of transformation, of rebirth. I felt it deep within my soul, a call to rise, to confront the ghosts that haunted us. The rituals had changed, and so had we, standing together in the heart of the storm, breathless and trembling, ready to forge a new narrative in the space left by the old. The moon lingered, a witness to our unfolding fate, as we stepped into the void, teetering on the edge of something both terrifying and magnificent. The world was alive with possibility, casting aside the shackles of the past. Time stretched, the cosmos beckoned, and the night whispered secrets only the brave dared to hear. In that moment, we weren't merely participants in a ritual, we were the architects of our own myth, the authors of our destiny, and the stories were just beginning. The air crackled with an electric energy, a palpable pulse that throbbed like a heart on the verge of a storm. Beneath the shadow of the ancient hills, the village of Cukes lay shrouded in twilight, a canvas painted with the shades of dusk. Lyra stood at the edge of the festival grounds, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The scent of roasted lamb wove through the air like a sweet whisper, seductive and repulsive all at once. The drums rolled like thunder, a rhythmic chant echoing through the valleys, summoning the spirits of ancestors long forgotten. I remember when the sun set like this, she murmured to herself, a ghost of nostalgia flickering in her chest. Memories clashed against her skin, laughter entwined with tears, joy folded in sorrow. Her father's voice floated back, telling tales of the mythical figures who danced in the fires, of Zona, the beautiful nymph, and how she had woven the fabric of their history with threads of magic. But now, amid the revelry, shadows crept like thieves, whispering secrets too heavy for light. Lyra! A voice sliced through the cacophony, sharp and urgent. It was Enya, her brother, eyes wild with desperation, his hands trembling. In that instant, she saw not the boy she grew up with but the man he had become, a cage rattling with unspoken fears. "We have to go. It's not safe here. Not safe." The festival pulsed with life around them, but to her, it felt suffocating, like the ground was sinking beneath her. "What do you mean?" He glanced over his shoulder, fear etched into his features, shadows stretching like fingers, pulling at him. "You know the stories. The spirits don't always dance for joy. When the moon is full, they demand blood." A chill ran up Lyra's spine, tingling at the base of her skull. "It's just a festival, Enya. Just stories," but even as she spoke, doubt curled its fingers around her heart. She remembered the old tales her grandmother once told, about the blood sacrifices that were made to appease the mountain spirits, tales that were often dismissed as bedtime stories to frighten children into submission. Yet, here they stood, and the air thickened with tension, an unnamable dread twisting in her gut. Lyra clenched her fists, fighting the urge to flee, but the music swelled around them like a tidal wave, crashing into her thoughts. People danced in a frenzy, faces painted with joy that felt more like desperation. "Look at them," she said, voice wavering. "They are happy." "Happy?" Enya spat, the word laced with contempt. "Do you see their eyes? They're lost. They've made a pact with the night, and the night always takes." With every heartbeat, the festival morphed into something grotesque, a celebration that felt like a funeral, a dirge masked in joy. She could feel the weight of history pressing down, a lineage of blood and bone binding them to the land. Each festival, each sacrifice, was a ritual, a desperate grasping at the threads of fate. She recalled her grandmother's tales, those vivid images of men and women lost to the darkness, screams swallowed by the mountains. Last year's festival had claimed a child, the whispers said it had been the price for the harvest. "Please, Lyra," Enya's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts, raw and pleading. "We can't stay here. We have to go. The spirits are restless. They'll take what they're owed." Fear clutched Lyra's heart, an icy vice squeezing tighter. She turned to face the thrumming crowd, where laughter mingled with the cries of the forgotten. The flickering flames cast monstrous shadows, twisting and contorting into figures that danced with a sinister grace. In that moment, she felt the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her, a lineage that whispered of duty and sacrifice, of blood spilled in the name of tradition and a desperate yearning for favor. Suddenly, the music shifted, a discordant note slicing through the revelry. The drums faltered, a hesitant heartbeat echoing her own rising terror. A low, haunting chant began to rise from the crowd, the words ancient and dark, invoking the spirits with a fervor that made her skin crawl. Enya's hand gripped her wrist, a lifeline in the gathering storm. "I can't let you do this," he said, his voice a fierce whisper. "We have to run. We're not meant to be part of this. We're not part of their blood debts." But even as he spoke, she felt the pull of the crowd, the intoxicating beat of the drums wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. "What if," she hesitated, the words heavy on her tongue, "what if we have to face them? What if our ancestors are waiting?" Enya's eyes flared with desperation, his fingers tightening around her wrist. "Then we face them together, but not here, not like this." "Lyra, you don't understand." Every muscle in her body screamed to run, to escape the madness, but something deeper whispered to stay, to confront the shadows of her heritage. "I remember the stories," she replied, her voice trembling yet resolute. "I remember the power they hold over us, the ties that bind." As the crowd swayed, the rhythm of the night deepened, and the shadows began to swirl around them, a dark tide rising. All around, the festival morphed, revealing its true nature, a haunting reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of survival. Enya's breath came in ragged gasps, and the drums beat with the pulse of the earth itself, a foreboding heart that echoed the inevitability of fate. "I will not be a sacrifice," she declared, her voice rising above the dissonance. "Not tonight. Not ever." But even as she spoke, the stars above flickered, a cosmic dance of destiny, and the shadows roared their approval, wrapping around her like a shroud. The festival was not merely a celebration,
It was a reckoning, a reminder that the past was never truly buried. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, a symphony of fear and defiance echoing in her soul. Enya pulled her closer, desperation etched in his features, but the crowd surged with a life of its own, a tidal wave of yearning and dread that pulled at them both. She could feel the weight of the spirits pressing in, the ghosts of their lineage thrumming in her veins, calling them to remember the sacrifices of those who came before, to dance with the darkness or be consumed by it. As the night deepened, the world around them twisted and swayed, a tempest of myth and memory, and she couldn't tell where the festival ended and the spirits began. The air thickened, the drums thundered louder, and she knew this was only the beginning. The shadows were rising, the spirits were hungry, and the dance of fate had only just begun. The wind howled through the narrow streets, a whispering ghost echoing ancient tales of love and loss. It carried with it the scent of earth, musty and damp, as if the ground itself remembered the footsteps of those who had walked before. I stood there, heart racing, clenching a faded piece of fabric, Bajum, they called it, a token of hope, a scrap of the past wrapped tightly around my fingers like a lifeline in this storm of darkness. Each breath felt heavy with anticipation, with the weight of generations pressing down, a palpable tension that crackled in the air like static before a storm. Nina was beside me, eyes wide, pupils dilated with fear and uncertainty. She had always been the brave one, the sister who leapt into the fray without a second thought. But today, her courage felt as fragile as the paper in my grasp. "We need to go," she whispered, voice barely audible over the wind, but it was a command laced with panic. I could see her resolve wavering, the shadows of doubt creeping in. I wanted to tell her that everything would be okay, but the truth hung like a noose between us, tightening with every heartbeat. "Not yet," I replied, my voice trembling as I stepped closer to the edge of the crumbling stone wall. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath me, the heartbeat of lives intertwined with our own, wrapped around the Bajum, a festival born from the ashes of suffering, a symbol both sacred and cursed. It was said that on this night, when the moon hung low and heavy in the sky, the spirits of the fallen would return, drawn by the flicker of candles and the aroma of roasted lamb, as if the scent of life could lure them back from the void. I remember the stories, I continued, my voice rising above the storm, feelings surging like tides. What if they come for us? What if we're the ones they choose to remember? The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a dark prophecy etched into the fabric of our reality. I watched a shiver run through Nina, her lips forming an unspoken question, a plea for reassurance that I couldn't provide. From the shadows, a figure emerged, Rummy, the town's eccentric historian, cloaked in threads of mystery and intrigue. He had always been a ghost in his own right, a man who danced on the edge of madness, cradling ancient texts and fragmentary tales like treasures. "The Bajum isn't just about the past," he said, voice low and gravelly, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the cobblestones beneath us. "It connects us to the living and the dead. Tonight, we honor them, but we must also confront what we fear." I could see the madness in his eyes, a wild glimmer that spoke of truths buried deep, tainted by obsession. He was flawed in ways that made him relatable, a man whose passion burned so brightly it threatened to consume him. "You think they come for comfort?" "No. They come for closure. For vengeance," he said, and the words dripped like poison, lingering in the air like the memory of a long-ago battle. Nina trembled beside me, a flicker of doubt igniting like a match in the dark. "If they seek vengeance, what if we are the ones they blame?" Her voice quaked, and I could see her resolve fracturing, piece by piece, like the stones of the wall beside us. "Then we must confront them," I asserted, boldness racing through my veins like wildfire, an adrenaline surge morphing fear into fierce determination. "We can't hide. We must face our ghosts. We owe them that much." The words spilled from my lips, raw and unfiltered, igniting a fire within me. The night sky darkened, the moon cloaked in clouds, and the air thickened with an uneasy anticipation. The shadows danced, flickering against the stones, and I felt the edges of reality blurring. I remembered the first Bajum I had attended as a child, the way laughter mingled with tears, the intoxicating aroma of spices swirling through the air, the distant echoes of loved ones long gone. Those memories felt like a haunting melody, both beautiful and tragic, a reminder of the fragility of life. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence, a piercing cry that ripped through the night like a knife. It echoed off the walls, sending icy tendrils of fear racing through my veins. "We must go!" Nina shouted, fear clawing at her voice as she grabbed my wrist, urgency spilling from her like a waterfall. But the thought of running, of fleeing from the very memories we sought to honor, felt like betrayal, like turning our backs on those who had fought and suffered. Rummy stepped forward, eyes blazing with fervor. "If we don't confront the past, it will haunt us forever. Tonight, we face the Bajum. We honor our ancestors, but we must also be ready for what they bring." His voice was a low growl, a primal call to arms that resonated deep within me. I felt it then, the weight of history pressing down, urging us to stand firm, to resist the urge to flee. The city pulsed around us, alive with the energy of the festival, a chaotic tapestry woven of joy and sorrow, laughter and lament. I could hear the distant sound of drums, the shadowy figures of revelers weaving through the night, a celebration tinged with the bittersweet taste of remembrance. The Bajum was upon us, an unstoppable force, a river rushing towards a cliff. I looked into Nina's eyes, saw the flicker of doubt dance across her features, and reached out, clutching her hand tightly. "We will honor them. We will face what comes." The words were a promise, a vow whispered into the darkness, a tether to keep us grounded amidst the chaos. And as we turned to walk towards the heart of the festival, the shadows shifted, the air crackled with energy, and the past whispered its secrets, dark and light, haunting and hopeful. The Bajum was not just a festival, it was a reckoning, and we were poised on the edge of a truth that would alter everything. Each step forward felt like a heartbeat, trembling, raw, alive. The night enveloped us, a shroud of uncertainty, yet I felt an undeniable pull, drawing us deeper into the embrace of the unknown. The ghosts were waiting, and we were ready to meet them. The wind howled through the twisted branches like a banshee mourning her lost children, and I stood there, a witness to the madness unfolding before me. The moon hung low, bleeding shadows into the clearing, where the air felt thick with dread and anticipation. I could taste the fear, a metallic and raw, like blood on my tongue. My heart raced, each beat echoing the ancient drums of war that pulsed from the depths of the forest. Jasper, a boy with wild, unkempt hair and eyes like storm clouds, darted through the underbrush, his breath sharp and frantic. "They're coming," he shouted, his words laced with panic. I saw him not as a mere boy, but a fragile candle flickering against the suffocating darkness, flickering, wavering. He was too young for this world of witches and shadows, too innocent to be a pawn in a game older than time. "We have to go." But I, Sophia, rooted in my fear yet tethered by curiosity, couldn't move. Something primal called to me from the shadows, a whisper echoing tales of old, of spirits that walked the earth on moonlit nights, of ancient rituals where life and death danced a fine line. I remembered my grandmother's voice, low and gravelly, warning me of the night when the veil between worlds thinned, when folklore crawled out from the depths to reclaim its place among the living. "Stay close to the light, child," she'd said, "for darkness has a way of consuming the unwary." And yet, here I was, standing on the precipice of that very darkness, transgressing the boundaries of the stories I was raised to fear. The moon bathed the clearing in a silvery glow, illuminating the path that twisted inward, a path laden with ancestral memories, with ghosts whispering their warnings. "Come on." Jasper's voice sliced through the haze of my thoughts, but my feet remained rooted in place, my mind caught in a web of tangled emotions. Fear for him, for us, and yet the allure of the unknown, the stories that begged to be lived, drew me deeper into the shadows. I could feel it, an unquenchable thirst for the truth buried beneath layers of myth. Then came the sound, a low growl that resonated through the ground, vibrating beneath my very bones. It was a beast of memory, a creature born from the tales of woe and warning. The story said it would come for those who dared to tread the world of the forgotten. A chill cascaded down my spine, creeping like the tendrils of fog that wrapped around the trees, and I turned to see Jasper's face, pale, eyes wide, tears glistening like dew on a spider's web. "I remember," he whispered, "the tales of the hunter who lost his way. They say he still roams at night, seeking revenge on those who awakened the old spirits." Each word curled around us, thickening the air, trapping us in a moment where reality and myth collided.
I reached out, my fingers brushing against his arm, trying to anchor him, but in that fleeting contact, I felt his trembling pulse, a frantic rhythm that matched my own. I remember, I choked out, forcing the memories of our childhood stories to surface. We said they were just stories. Just stories, but the wind howled louder, a taunting reminder that those stories were woven into the very fabric of our being. The past danced in the shadows, each flicker of movement a reminder of our shared burdens, of legacies that refused to be forgotten. The boundary between folklore and our reality blurred, and I feared we might become mere echoes in the dark. The ground trembled again, and from the depths of the forest emerged silhouettes, figures clad in tattered cloaks, faces obscured by shadows, eyes gleaming like coals in a dying fire. My chest tightened, a visceral knot of dread constricting my breath. They moved like phantoms, weaving between trees, the whispers of the past entwining with the present, a haunting melody that sent shivers racing down my spine. What do they want? Jasper's voice trembled, fear clinging to him like a shroud. I could see it in his eyes, the weight of generations pressing down, a history that loomed ominously over us. They want to remind us, I replied, my voice barely a whisper, that we are part of something larger. Our stories, our pain, our joy, it all weaves together. The words tumbled out, raw and unfiltered, a desperate attempt to cling to hope amid the encroaching darkness. The figures halted, their gaze fixed on us, and in that moment, I felt the pull of countless souls, anguished, yearning, desperate for recognition. It was then I realized, they weren't just myths, they were fragments of ourselves, reflections of our fears, our histories. Each face a story untold, each one reaching out, pleading to be remembered. I remember, I murmured, as if summoning their essence, weaving them into the fabric of our reality. I remember the tales of the moonlit forest, the sacrifices made for love, for redemption. The air shimmered, heavy with the weight of shared memories, and I could feel the power of their stories coursing through me, igniting a fire against the cold. Jasper squeezed my hand, his warmth grounding me, a lifeline in the tempest of uncertainty. What do we do? He asked, trembling but resolute. We face them, I declared, my pulse quickening as resolve seeped into my bones. We confront the stories that have shaped us. The figures shifted, their forms melding into the shadows, waiting. Waiting for us to take that first step into the unknown, to bridge the past and present with our hearts laid bare. I took a breath, deep, steady. The air filled with the scent of damp earth, rich and ancient, echoing with the weight of untold stories. And with each heartbeat, I felt the thrill of the unknown, the intoxicating danger that gripped my soul. Together, I said, feeling the power of our bond as we stood, no longer mere characters in a tale, but the very authors of our fate, ready to peel back the fabric of the world and step into the silence where legends lived. As we stepped forward into the forest, the shadows surged, swallowing us in their embrace, and suddenly the legends weren't just whispers, they were alive, breathing, and demanding to be heard. The night stretched before us like a canvas, and as the figures beckoned, I understood, this was only the beginning. The sky was bruised, clouded with a storm that rumbled faintly, like the growl of an ancient beast stirred from its slumber. I stood at the edge of the village, heart racing, gasping against the weight of impending doom. The air was thick with a scent of damp earth and forgotten dreams, and I could feel the whispers of the Kulshadra curling around me, a mythical serpent said to guard both treasure and terror. It was here, in this accursed place, that legends breathed, chasing me like shadows chasing the fading light. I remember the moment when the ground trembled beneath our feet. The villagers scattered, their faces a canvas of fear, each one painting a story of flight, of desperation. I saw Mara, her chestnut curls wild and frizzy like the uncontained chaos swirling around us, darting to the side, eyes wide and unseeing. She was not just any villager, she was my sister, and at that very moment, she was both my anchor and my torment. Mara! We need to run! I screamed, though my voice felt small against the thunderclaps echoing above us. But she stood rooted, as if the very earth had drawn her in. Not without them, she shouted back, pointing toward the crumbling house, their house, the place that had birthed our laughter and our sorrows, now a shrine to the spectre of what had been. The thought of our parents trapped inside twisted my gut, a raw coil of dread. That's when I saw it. The Kulshadra, rising from the depths of the earth, glistening like polished obsidian, its scales reflecting the chaos around us. It was more than a serpent, it was a living, breathing embodiment of our fears, a creature that had woven its legend into the very fabric of our lives. I felt the pulse of its heart, a beat that echoed in my chest, an electric terror that promised destruction. I remember the stories whispered by the fire, tales of how the Kulshedra could grant wishes, but only if the price was paid in blood. Wasn't that the cruelest jest? What did I ever wish for? Safety? Love? The warmth of a family huddled together? And now, here we were, on the precipice of obliteration, the serpent poised to reclaim its dominion. Mara! I reached for her, grasping at the thin air between us, my voice thick with desperation. But she shook her head, fierce and resolute, eyes glimmering with a determination that both inspired and terrified me. I won't leave them. My heart splintered. They're gone. They're gone. The words fell like stones into the swirling darkness, but she wouldn't hear me, couldn't hear the panic clawing at my throat. And then, in the swirling chaos, I remembered. The stories. The Kulshedra was a protector too, a guardian of the forgotten, a serpent that thrived in shadows but also offered light if only one dared to ask. My mind raced. Perhaps there was still a chance, a flicker of hope in the unbearable night. Tell it, Mara. Just tell it what you want. The wind howled in response, almost mocking, as if the very cosmos was laughing at our plight. But Mara, filled with a reckless courage, turned her eyes toward the serpent, unflinching, even as the ground shook beneath her. I want them back, she cried, and her voice was a clarion call that rang through the air, reverberating off the trees, shaking the stones that had stood sentinel for centuries. The Kulshedra paused, its eyes, glistening orbs of malice and understanding, locked onto her pleading gaze. I felt the world hold its breath, even time itself seemingly suspended as the air thickened, swarming with unspoken promises and ancient curses. Your blood, it hissed, voice slithering like poison, is the price for the wish. I felt a chill run down my spine, a scream caught in my throat. No. No. I lunged for her, but it was too late, the choice had already clawed its way into the marrow of her bones. For a moment, hope flickered in her eyes, battling against the storm of despair, the thrill of risking everything for love. With a sudden rush, she drew a blade from her belt, the very blade that had once belonged to our father, now glinting with a cruel, silver edge. If it means saving them, time fractured. The blade bit into her skin, the crimson life pooling around her feet, but the Kulshedra coiled closer, drawn by the scent of sacrifice. Your blood is the key. Speak! The air crackled. Stop! I shouted, my voice raw, a desperate plea that echoed into the void. Stop, Mara! But she was beyond grasping reason, her heart pounding in sync with the serpent's thundering pulse. I want them back, she cried again, and the world erupted. The Kulshedra roared, a sound that seemed to tear through reality like parchment, and my heart shattered alongside it, fragments scattering like autumn leaves in a storm. As the blood spilled onto the earth, a change swept through the air, a gradual shift as if the universe was bending, folding under the weight of our desires. The shadows deepened, and suddenly, I was not just witnessing the moment, but living it, each heartbeat, each breath a testament to our frail humanity. The ground convulsed, and in that instant, I saw them, our parents, their forms flickering like distant stars in the night sky, caught in the web of time's cruel grasp. Was this the Kulshedra's bargain? To teeter on the edge of joy and sorrow, to strike a deal that would rip apart the fabric of our very souls. Mara! I screamed, but the serpent coiled tighter, its gaze now a storm of wrath and mercy, a guardian turned malevolent, twisting the very essence of what it meant to protect. I remember, the word slipped from my lips like the last breath of a dying ember. I remember the stories. And the world around us began to fold in on itself, time and space entangling in a vicious dance, promising that nothing would ever be the same again. The Kulshedra would take, always take, until nothing remained but shadows, haunted by the choices that lingered long after the echoes faded. In that moment, as the ground split and the skies roared, I felt both the weight of despair and the flicker of hope in the chaos.
The serpent, a grotesque protector, loomed over us, embodying the very conflict of our existence, a guardian and a monster, both alive within the heartbeat of our myth. And as the echoes of Mara's wish rippled through the fabric of our universe, I understood, the tale was only beginning. The night hung heavy, like a shroud woven from fear and whispers. I stood at the edge of the village, under a sky cracked open by stars, their light flickering like dying hopes. A chill ran through me as I listened to the wind, its voice a low, mournful wail that spoke of dreams lost and omens unheeded. In that moment, I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the weight of my grandmother's words, drenched in the scent of lavender and sorrow. The shadows tell stories, my child. Listen, listen closely. Besnik was trembling beside me, his hands balled into fists, knuckles white as the moonlight bathed his face, illuminating the fear etched into his features. He was a man who had faced his demons, or so he thought, but this night was different. It whispered secrets, and he could feel them crawling beneath his skin. I can't shake this feeling, he murmured, his voice barely a breath. It's as if the night is trying to tell me something I can't bear to hear. I knew what he meant. The tendrils of uncertainty wrapped around my heart, tightening with each passing second. I had dreamt of shadows, a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, beckoning me toward a fate I could not understand. The images swirled in my mind, sharp and vivid, a cruel reminder that dreams were not merely figments of imagination but messengers from a world beyond our comprehension. They were omens, windows into the cosmic dance of fate, and they could chill the blood. Across the clearing, the flickering fire cast long shadows, and that's where we found Elira, her face illuminated by the flames, a porcelain mask of serenity. She was always the calm amid the storm, yet tonight, her brow was furrowed, and anxiety seeped through her smile like cracks in glass. I had a dream, she said, her voice steady but strained. A black bird flew into my window, and then it turned into smoke. As she spoke, the air thickened with tension. I felt it coil around my throat like a noose. The symbolism was unmistakable, the black bird was a harbinger, a grim omen. But Elira, with her unwavering belief in the goodness of the universe, waved her hands dismissively. It doesn't mean anything. Dreams are just dreams. Yet I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the way her breath hitched ever so slightly. I longed to wrap my arms around her and crush that doubt into oblivion, to shield her from whatever darkness loomed beyond the horizon. But I was trapped in my own turmoil, a prisoner of my own fears, the ghost of my grandmother's warnings echoing in my mind. Listen, Elira, I whispered, desperation clawing at my chest. Sometimes, they are not just dreams. Sometimes, they are the truth we refuse to face. Besnik's gaze darted to the forest that loomed like a dark wall beyond the firelight, and I could see the memories dancing in his eyes, visions of his brother, lost to the shadows that beckoned him too sweetly. It's not just dreams, he said, and I could feel the tremor in his voice. It's the omens that crush us. They haunt us when we sleep, and when we wake. The wind howled, a banshee's cry that sent chills racing down my spine. I remembered the stories my grandmother told, tales of the old world where dreams were sacred, where the line between life and death was blurred, and omens guided every step. In that world, our souls were tethered to the cosmos, and every flutter of a bird's wing, every whisper of the wind, was a message from a realm that watched, waited, and weighed our choices. But what did that mean for us, as we stood on the precipice of despair? As the fire crackled, I could see the flickering shadows morph around us, twisting into grotesque shapes. My heart raced at the thought of what lay beyond, what awaited us under the weight of our own choices. The night thickened, a suffocating darkness that pressed against our skin, and the stars seemed to dim, witnesses to our unfolding tragedy. Elira glanced at me, her eyes pools of uncertainty, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the ghost of her dreams, the ones that spoke of bright futures and love unbroken. What if we ignore the omens? She asked, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in winter. What if we just live? I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that we could defy the darkness that loomed over our lives, that we could rise above the weight of our dreams and the burden of our fears. But Besnik's sharp intake of breath pulled me back into reality. And what if the darkness doesn't let us go? He whispered, his voice heavy with despair.
What if it takes us? And in that moment, I felt the world tilt. The shadows encroached, creeping closer, melding with the night, threatening to engulf us whole. I could feel the heartbeat of the universe, echoing through the silence, a relentless reminder that dreams and omens were not mere stories, they were warnings, and we had a choice to heed them or face the consequences. But choices, oh how they twisted and turned, like the labyrinthine paths we walked daily, often blinded by our own desires. The fire flickered, casting a soft glow on Elira's face, and in that fragile moment, I thought about the weight of her dreams, the burden of her hope. She was caught between two worlds, one that promised light and joy, and another that beckoned her to surrender to the shadows. Besnik's voice cut through the silence, a plea wrapped in desperation. We can't ignore what's been set into motion. We shape our fates. Our dreams are our truths, and we must face them. The intensity in his words ignited something deep within me, a flicker of resolve. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the night. Then let's confront it together. Let's not let the shadows claim us. Let's find out what these dreams, these omens, truly mean. But as I spoke, a strange stillness enveloped us, the kind that feels like a prelude to a storm. In that charged silence, I sensed the shadows drawing closer, listening, waiting, hungry for our fear. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, and the stars blinked out one by one as the night deepened. It was then I understood that our journey into the unknown had just begun, and the true battle lay ahead, a confrontation with the very essence of our souls. We would face our dreams, our omens, and whatever darkness awaited beneath the veil of night, but we would do it together. The winds howled, and I could almost hear the echoes of the ancients whispering through the trees, urging us to tread lightly. For the importance of dreams and omens was not merely to foretell our fate but to remind us of the power we held within. And as we stood at the brink of the unknown, the fire crackled, and the night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for our next move. The silence hung heavy in the air, a thick fog of tension that clung to the skin like a second layer. In the heart of the bustling city, where dreams and nightmares intertwined, I stood at the edge of a darkened alley, breath caught in my throat. My fingers trembled, clutching a crumpled piece of paper, the baser, a promise that felt both sacred and suffocating. The weight of it pressed against my chest, a ghostly reminder of everything I stood to lose. I was not alone. Across the narrow street, Amira leaned against the brick wall, shadows dancing across her face like specters of her past. Her eyes, fierce yet haunted, darted between me and the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. "You can't break it," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "You know what happens if you do." The memories crashed over me, every promise made, every vow exchanged, echoing through the corridors of my mind. I remembered sitting with her under the old oak tree, the moonlight spilling over us like liquid silver. "A promise is a bond stronger than blood," she had said, a fire igniting in her heart that warmed me to my core. I had believed her then. But belief felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap, and I was standing on the precipice of breaking it. Behind us, the ancient clock tower began to chime, its deep, resonant voice marking the passage of time. Tick. Tock. Each chime reverberated through my bones, a reminder that time was slipping away. In the shadows, a figure loomed, Elias, my brother, the one who held the power to shatter everything. The promise that bound us was a noose tightening around my throat, and I could feel his gaze, heavy with expectation, weighing down my soul. "Amira," I said, my voice raw, "I can't bear this any longer. I didn't ask for this burden." My words hung in the air, trembling like the flickering flame of a dying candle. Her expression shifted, a storm brewing within those depths. "You think you're the only one carrying a burden? You think the baser is a chain? It's a shield, a mark of honor." She stepped closer, her voice rising like a tide. "You don't understand what's at stake. If you break your promise, it's not just your fate that's sealed. It's ours." A chill ran down my spine. I could see it then, the invisible threads that tied us together, weaving an intricate tapestry of loyalty and fear. I wanted to scream, to rip those threads apart, to free myself from the grip of this dark obligation.
but the thought of what it would mean, betrayal, loss, made my heart constrict painfully. Memories of laughter and light danced in my mind like shadows in the wind, but they were fading, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Elias stepped forward, his presence a looming spectre, and I felt the air grow thick with dread. "You promised to protect us," he said, his voice a low growl that resonated with the weight of our shared past. "You swore on your blood that you would never let anything tear us apart. Do you remember?" I did. I remembered the promise made in blood and tears, a pact forged in desperation beneath the stars, the universe watching, waiting, judging. But what good was a promise when the cost was my very soul? The darkness around us pulsed, as if echoing my inner turmoil, and I could hear the whispers of the people who had come before us, tales woven into the fabric of existence. "Stop! Don't you dare!" Amira cried, reaching for my arm as if she could tether me to this reality, to this promise. "You can't turn your back on us. Not now. Not ever." Her grip was fierce, a lifeline I both craved and resented. The shadows shifted, swirling like smoke around our feet, as the clock tower's chimes faded into the night. I was caught in their web, a struggle between loyalty and yearning, a tug-of-war of heart and mind. The world around us felt thin, fragile, teetering on the edge of oblivion. I thought of the legends whispered in dark corners, of the consequences that lingered for those who failed their promises. Ghosts, haunting the living, forever bound to the broken oaths. Elias stepped closer, a fire igniting in his gaze. "You think you're special? You're just one of many. The Besa is a curse as much as it is a blessing. But breaking it? That's the real tragedy. You'll be lost, just like them." He gestured to the shadows that danced behind him, a ghostly reminder of those who had come before, betrayers left to wander aimlessly, forever haunted by their choices. But wasn't I already lost? The weight of the promise crushed me, a stone sinking into my chest. I had become a prisoner of my own making, shackled by a vow that felt more like a death sentence. I longed to escape, to feel the sun on my face without the spectre of guilt looming behind me. And yet, as Amira's fingers curled around my wrist, I felt a flicker of warmth, a pulse that reminded me of the bond we shared. "Don't let fear guide you," she murmured, her breath brushing against my skin like a whisper of hope. "Let love lead you home." The words hung in the air, thick with possibility. Could love truly sever the bonds of obligation? I wanted to believe it could. The tension crackled like electricity, sparking a conflict that raged within me. I could either cling to the darkness, to the fear of breaking the Besa, or I could leap into the unknown, fueled by the flame of love and the promise that perhaps, just perhaps, breaking the chains could set us all free. The clock chimed again, and in that moment, between the echoes of past promises and the fierce hope of the present, I stood at the crossroads of my destiny. The shadows swirled, the whispers grew louder, and I knew that whatever choice I made would rewrite the fate of everyone I loved. And in the haunting silence that followed, I felt the universe holding its breath, waiting for the moment when I would finally choose. The air was thick with tension, the kind you could slice with a knife. Beneath the silver sheen of the moon, Clara stood frozen, her heart a wild drum in her chest. She stared into the woods, each shadow a whisper of dread, each rustle a harbinger of the unknown. The stories had warned her, the fairies were restless, their laughter echoing like a siren call, beckoning and taunting. Tonight, they hovered just beyond the trees, shimmering in the darkness, their presence both alluring and terrifying. "I remember the tales," she whispered, her voice shaky, the words spilling from her lips like secrets. "I remember the way the old women spoke of them, eyes wide, faces etched with worry. They said the fairies were fickle, drawn to the lost and lonely. Was I not both? Was I not the perfect bait?" Her hands trembled, and she pressed them against her chest, feeling the rapid pulse. Behind her, James lingered, his face pale, reflecting not just the moonlight but the shadows of doubt that clung tightly to his heart. He was a skeptic, a man of reason, yet even he felt the grip of ancient fears clawing at his mind. "Clara, this is madness," he said, urgency slipping through his words. "We can't chase shadows. We have to go home." But his voice quavered, and Clara could hear the crack in his bravado. "I can't leave," she answered,
feeling the weight of her own desperation. Not without knowing if they're real. Not without understanding what they want. This was more than a quest, it was a reckoning. The fairies were a thread woven through the fabric of her childhood, a bond with her past that she could no longer ignore. She needed closure, or she'd forever remain a prisoner of her own uncertainty. As if summoned by her wish, a figure danced at the edge of the darkness, a flicker of light, a glimmer of motion. Clara's breath caught in her throat as a small, delicate being flitted between the trees, its wings like shards of moonlight, ethereal and dangerous. It was enchanting, yet a chill crawled down her spine. The tales had warned of their beauty, a beauty that masked treachery, a beauty that could ensnare the unwary. Clara, James's voice trailed off, a warning, but she was already stepping forward, drawn to the mystery like a moth to flame. The air shifted, heavy with anticipation, and the night held its breath. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence between them, a prelude to chaos. "I have to know," Clara declared, daring the shadows to swallow her whole. "I have to face them." Her resolve was a flickering candle, but it burned with a fierce light, illuminating her deepest fears and desires. She took another step, and in that moment, she felt the tug of something ancient, a connection to the land, to her ancestors who had danced under the same stars, who had whispered prayers to the fairies for protection and favor. "Clara!" James hissed, his eyes wide with panic. "You don't understand what you're dealing with." Yet even he could not move, rooted by a mixture of fear and fascination. He felt the pull of the fairy world, the allure of the unknown. It was intoxicating, like a wine that promised both ecstasy and ruin. But Clara was already lost, her heart caught in the dance of the otherworldly. Without thinking, she called out, her voice trembling but clear. "What do you want from us?" A hush fell over the woods. The laughter that had echoed moments before faded into an eerie stillness, as if the very forest was holding its breath. It was in this silence that Clara felt the weight of 1,000 eyes, watching, judging, waiting. The fairy emerged fully, its features sharp and radiant, a beautiful terror. "Want," it echoed, voice like the tinkling of glass. "We want what you want, dear child. We want to play." In that instant, Clara recognized the folly of her curiosity, the reckless abandon that had led her here. The fairies were not just whimsical creatures, but powerful entities that thrived on the very essence of human emotion, desire, fear, hope. They were the dreams that danced just out of reach, the nightmares that crept into the corners of the mind. "I remember," Clara breathed again, the realization hitting her like a wave. "I remember when my mother warned me of fairy rings in the meadow, the way flowers wilted where they danced. She said to never tread there, to never invite them in." James shifted uneasily, an unspoken fear tightening his chest. "Clara, we can't," but the fairy laughed, a sound that sent shivers down their spines, a melody twisted with a hint of malice. "It's too late for caution, dear one." The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension, swirling like the smoke of a fire that had long since burned out. Clara felt a surge of power, a strange exhilaration, as though she stood on the precipice of something monumental. Yet beneath that rush lay a deep, gnawing dread, the fear of losing herself to the chaos that threatened to consume her. James reached for her, desperation etched in his features. "Clara, we have to go. Now." Panic reflected in his eyes, yet there was also a flicker of something more, fear of losing her, of the unknown that lay ahead. But Clara was already drifting, caught in a trance, her thoughts swirling like leaves caught in the wind. "What if this is how I find my truth?" she murmured to herself. "What if I can unlock the door to worlds I've only dreamed of?" The fairy hovered closer, its wings shimmering, reflecting Clara's turmoil. "Truth, sweet child, is a fragile thing. Are you ready to embrace what you find?" And as the night deepened, shadows lengthened, and the moonlight flickered, Clara stood poised on the brink of revelation, caught between the chasm of yearning and the abyss of fear. All around them, the world held its breath, waiting for the moment when the veil between reality and the forgotten would tear open, and they would plunge into the depths of the unknown. In the thick of it, Clara felt alive, electric, terrified, and exhilarated. She was a flame, dancing in the wind, each flicker a promise, each gust a threat.
The fairies' laughter echoed around them, wrapping them in a cocoon of enchantment and dread. Everything was about to change. And as Clara took that final step into the darkness, she knew there was no turning back. The wind howled like a wounded beast through the narrow streets of the ancient village, carrying with it the scent of smoke and despair. Shadows danced against the crumbling stone walls, flickering in the light of the torches. It was a night heavy with foreboding, the kind of night that felt alive, pulsating with the anxious heartbeats of those who dared to walk its haunted paths. I remember the chill that gripped my bones as I stumbled through the chaos, my heartbeat echoing in my ears like a war drum. The villagers were gathered in a tight circle, their faces pale and drawn, eyes wide with terror. They whispered in hushed tones, fear hanging thick in the air. It was as if the very stars had dimmed, their light stolen by an unseen force. The stories had warned of darkness, but nothing could prepare us for this. In the center of it all stood Elda, a woman forged from the shards of heartbreak and defiance. Her hair, wild and unkempt, framed her face like a storm cloud ready to burst. Her eyes, fierce and determined, searched the crowd for hope, for someone, anyone, to rise against the encroaching shadows. "We must stand," she cried, her voice trembling yet powerful, slicing through the silence like a dagger. "We cannot let the Drite fall to the darkness." I remember the way her words clung to me, wrapping around my heart, squeezing. Elda was not just a warrior, she was the embodiment of everything we had lost. And yet, there he stood beside her, Valine, the reluctant hero, a man burdened by his past. I could feel the weight of his hesitation, the way the air around him grew heavy with doubt. He had once been a beacon of light, but the burdens he carried threatened to extinguish even the faintest flicker of hope. "Elder, we're outnumbered," Valine said, his voice low, a whisper tainted with resignation. "They'll take everything. There's no glory in death." He looked down, as if the very ground could swallow him whole, take away the memories of the choices he regretted, the paths not taken. "Is that what you want?" Elder pressed, stepping closer to him, her voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd. "To let fear consume us? They feed on our despair. We are the light, Valine. Without us, there is nothing but the abyss." The intensity of their exchange burned in the air, a tension palpable enough to cut. I could see the flicker of memories flash across Valine's face, his brother, fallen in battle, the village, once vibrant and now mere shadows of itself. The choices that haunted him were like ghosts, lingering at the edges of his consciousness, whispering poison into his heart. But then, in the midst of their confrontation, a piercing scream shattered the night, echoing through the streets like the cry of a wounded animal. The ground shuddered beneath our feet, and from the darkness emerged the figures of the grim hunters, twisted creatures of shadow and malice, eyes glinting with malevolence. They moved like whispers, slipping through the flickering light, and the sense of dread thickened, wrapping around us like a noose. "Run!" someone shouted, panic exploding in the air. The villagers scattered like leaves caught in a storm, but Elda and Valine stood firm, rooted to the ground by a force greater than fear. I watched as Elda clenched her fists, her determination igniting like wildfire. "If we flee, we lose everything. Together, we fight." Her words resonated, a call to arms that reverberated deep within me. I could feel the tension coiling tighter, each heartbeat syncing with the primal rhythm of the impending battle. We were not just fighting for our lives, we were fighting for the flicker of hope that still lingered in our hearts, for the memories of love and laughter, for the promise of dawn after the darkest night. Valine's eyes flickered between fear and resolve, and in that moment, I saw him choose. "Together," he said, his voice stronger now, infused with the light he thought long extinguished. He took a step forward, and I felt the pulse of courage surge through the crowd. We were no longer just spectators, we were part of an unstoppable force. The hunters closed in, their laughter a chilling melody that pierced our resolve. Shadows lunged, shapes distorted and grotesque, but we stood our ground. Elda brandished her spear, its tip glinting like a star in the abyss, while Valine pulled a dagger from his belt, the blade reflecting the flickering flames. We were a tempest, a collision of light and darkness. The battle erupted like a storm unleashed, chaos swirling around us. I could see the courage in Elda's eyes as she fought, a fierce warrior unyielding against the tide of despair.
Valin's hands trembled, but he struck with precision, each blow a testament to his newfound strength. We moved as one, hearts racing, breaths mingling with the acrid scent of battle, our souls bound by a shared purpose. In the midst of it all, I felt the weight of my own fear. I had once been a coward, but here, surrounded by the fire of unity, I could feel myself transforming. The shadows were a relentless tide, but the light we carried was a beacon, a promise of hope that flickered defiantly against the encroaching darkness. Time became a blur, the clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, the visceral thrumming of life and death intertwined. Elder fought beside me, fierce and wild, her spirit an ethereal glow against the swirling shadows. Valin's presence anchored me, his resolve igniting a fire I didn't know I had. We were more than mere mortals, we were the embodiment of the Drite, the essence of light in the darkest of times. Yet, as the tide of battle ebbed and flowed, I glimpsed the shadows creeping closer, relentless. There was no end in sight, no resolution to be found. I could feel the despair clawing at my heart, but then Elder's voice rang out, a rallying cry, a call to arms that sliced through the chaos. Together, she shouted, and those words became a lifeline, a pulse of strength that surged through us all. As the night wore on, I understood what it meant to be the hero of the Drite, not through glory or conquest, but through the raw, unyielding spirit of unity. We were the shadows and the light, forever entwined, fighting for a dawn that felt just out of reach. The battle raged on, and for every ounce of darkness that threatened to consume us, we pushed back with every breath, every heartbeat, a relentless cycle of hope and despair, woven together in a tapestry of life. And in that moment, as the stars began to twinkle faintly in the distance, I realized that our story was not just one of victory or defeat. It was a testament to the power of courage and love, an unbreakable bond that would transcend the very fabric of time. For the darkness would always loom, but as long as we carried the light within us, we would never truly be lost. The night draped itself over the village like a heavy cloak, shadows dancing in flickering candlelight as the wind whispered secrets through the twisted trees. A distant howl echoed, a chilling reminder of the wild that lurked beyond the fragile borders of civilization. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, gripping the wooden handle of a crude dagger, the metal slick with sweat, my palms clammy from the weight of dread. It was supposed to be a night of peace, a time for supplication, yet blood thrummed in my ears, a frantic drumbeat heralding chaos. Myra, my sister, was lost somewhere in the crowd, her laughter spilling over like sweet wine, yet now it felt like poison, an omen of what the night would become. I remember her eyes, bright and mischievous, as she wove through the villages, gathering wildflowers for the altar. We were on the brink of a festival, a celebration of life and the earth, but shadows thickened, dark and palpable, as the elder's voice trembled with unease. "The old gods are restless," he said, his words slicing through the air. I remember how I once believed the old gods were nothing more than stories, myths spun to entertain children on cold winter nights. But that was before the whispers began, before the dreams tainted with visions of ancient rites, of sacrifice woven into the fabric of our being. A chill crept up my spine as the flickering flames cast grotesque images on the walls of the stone church, the crucifix looming, cold and judgmental. Christianity, with its promise of salvation, lurked like a predator, waiting to consume. Myra's laughter died, replaced by a sudden scream that split the night like a gaping wound. I stumbled through the tangled crowd, my heart a faltering beast in my chest, desperate to find her. The festival, once vibrant, now morphed into a tableau of fear, the scent of incense mingling with the sharp tang of despair. Faces twisted, eyes wide with the weight of unseen horrors. It happened so fast, one moment, joy poured from every soul, and the next, we were mere shadows, haunted by the specters of our past. And there, at the heart of it all, stood Thomas, the very embodiment of conflict. His faith was as deep as the ocean, yet his roots tangled in the earth, entwined with the old beliefs. I watched him, a flicker of agony etched in his brow, wrestling with the ghosts of his ancestors. He was a son of the church, yet the call of the old ways echoed in his heart, a siren song that both terrified and exhilarated him. He stepped forward, his voice ringing out, desperate and fervent, "We cannot abandon our heritage." Myra's scream pierced the darkness again, a high, keening wail that echoed through my bones. I rushed towards it, my pulse pounding in sync with the dread that coiled around my throat. As I pushed past the throng, the clash of beliefs reverberated in the air, palpable and choking. It was a battleground, Christianity's salvation against the primal pull of the ancient gods. I saw her then, Myra, her hands trembling, grasping a withering branch of sacred yew, the air thick with tension, as she pleaded with the gathered crowd. "Let us honor them. Let us remember." Her voice rose, young yet fierce, like a spark in the depths of night. It was a desperate attempt, a plea for survival against the encroaching darkness. And the villagers, oh, their faces twisted in confusion, caught between the relics of old and the new dawn of faith. In that moment, I felt the clash of worlds, like thunder rumbling beneath the earth, primal and electric. The shadows of Christianity loomed large, threatening to eclipse the very essence of life that pulsed within our veins. "You cannot choose both," the elder shouted, his voice cracking like brittle bone. There it was, the heart of conflict. How did one choose between the burning love of a family and the fear of damnation? Thomas stood beside Myra, hands outstretched, a bridge between worlds, but the gulf yawning before us felt insurmountable. "We are not alone in this," he breathed, desperation coloring his tone. His faith, once steady as a mountain, now trembled like a fragile leaf caught in the storm, and I saw it then. He was as broken as the rest of us, torn between what he had been taught and what he felt deep in his bones. Night deepened, and as the first star blinked to life in the velvet sky, the air crackled with unspoken fears. I held my breath, caught in the tension, feeling the world tilt like a pendulum, teetering on the edge of revelation or ruin. In the shadows, I caught glimpses of our ancestors, faces weathered and wise, eyes glinting with the knowledge of ages past. They beckoned to me, urging me to remember the roots that cradled my existence, to feel the earth beneath my feet. But fear held fast, fear of the unknown, fear of being cast into the abyss of irrelevance. Myra's voice rang out again, fragile but unyielding. "We must embrace all of who we are." A challenge, a proclamation, a desperate bid to unite the fractured pieces of our souls. I felt the weight of her words, heavy and urgent, like a call to arms, but which side would I choose? As the night trembled with uncertainty, shadows flared and danced, and the cacophony of belief, of fear, of love and loss, swelled around me like a storm. I stood there, at the precipice of decision, my heart a wild drum in the dark, echoes of the past pushing against the walls of the present. The world spun, faith and fear colliding with a ferocity that left me breathless. And in that moment, time seemed to fracture, the weight of history pooling around us, thick and intoxicating. I could feel the pulse of every heart, hear the echo of every prayer, and sense the ancient magic that lingered just beyond the veil. I was part of this beautiful, chaotic dance of belief that held the power to either destroy or redeem us. And I knew, in my marrow, that the night was far from over, that we stood on the brink of something vast, something eternal. Because in the interplay of light and shadow, in the clash of faiths, we were weaving a new myth, a tapestry of existence, vibrant, raw, and achingly alive. The confrontation was looming, yet it felt like only the beginning, a haunting prelude to a symphony of the ages, where every heartbeat echoed the timeless struggle of the human spirit. I remember the silence first, the kind that wraps around your body like fog, thick and suffocating. It was in the city square, a place once alive with the clamor of market vendors and laughter, now reduced to a ghostly echo. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, casting eerie shapes that whispered of forgotten stories, lost souls, and the weight of centuries looming overhead. Then came the scream, sharp as breaking glass, slicing through the heavy air, a woman's voice, raw and unyielding. I turned, heart thudding, eyes wide, searching for the source. In the flickering light, I saw her, a figure trembling yet resolute, her long hair swirling like a darkened river. Ilara. She stood at the center of a circle, surrounded by the townsfolk, their faces a tapestry of fear and curiosity, their breaths shallow with anticipation. "Ilara," I breathed, rushing forward, my own heart a drumbeat of urgency. "What are you doing?" "They need to see," she said, her voice trembling but fierce, each word a spark igniting the air. "They need to remember what lies beneath the surface of our myths, the truth that binds us." But I knew what they wanted to forget, the tales of curses, of love twisted into nightmares, of gods who walked among us, not as saviors, but as harbingers of chaos. I felt the weight of her gaze, fierce and pleading,
calling me into the abyss of our shared past. Beside her stood Thorn, a man with a heart as heavy as stone, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. "Ilara, stop," he urged, desperation clawing at his throat. "These stories, they'll consume us. We can't live in the shadows of legends long dead. But the ghosts of our ancestors don't fade easily. They linger, like shadows in the twilight, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike." I could see it in Thorn's eyes, that familiar flicker of fear, an ache to protect, yet an undeniable pull towards the darkness that he once thought he had outrun. The myths were not just tales of old, they were threads woven through our very being, binding us to a history soaked in blood and passion. I remember the tales we told at night, huddled around fires, the flames licking at our skin, casting our fears into the world. The stories of the Witch of the Woods, who demanded sacrifice, whose eyes burned with the fire of unresolved rage. The plague that swept through, uninvited, teaching us the fragility of life with each body it claimed. And love, bleak and beautiful, that painted our lives with madness. How many times did we love the wrong person only to find ourselves trapped in a cycle of despair? Ilara stepped forward, her voice rising above the murmurs. "Look around. Can you not see? We repeat the past with every heartbeat. The myths transform, but the truths remain. Our pain is their pain, our love, their love." The crowd shifted, unease crackling like static in the air. I could sense their hearts thumping, echoing the pulse of something primordial. The myths that once filled them with dread now stirred rebellion, awakening a fire they didn't know they held. But Thorn, with his haunted eyes, felt differently. "No. We can't let them define us. We've worked too hard to escape their grasp." His voice was raw, a plea wrapped in desperation. But Ilara was relentless. "And what do you propose, Thorn? To silence their voices? To bury their truths beneath the weight of your fears? The past is alive, it breathes within us." I felt the temperature drop, the air thickening, wrapping around us like a vice. I wanted to scream, to shake them both and say, "Stop! You're on the edge of a precipice." But instead, I stood frozen, powerless, caught in the storm of their clash. The shadows around us shifted, growing darker, as if they were responding to the rising tension. A chill slithered down my spine. I remembered the last time legends turned into reality, how the ground trembled, how cries erupted like a chorus of the damned. The night the witch claimed her due. It was a reckoning, a dance of demons, and we had all been swept into its madness. "Ilara, please," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "You can't unleash the past like this. It's a beast, and it won't be tamed." But her eyes burned with a ferocity that ignited something deep within my chest, a longing for truth, no matter how excruciating. "Then let it burn. Let it consume us. Because if we don't face it, if we don't take hold of our stories, we are already dead." The silence that followed was a taut string, ready to snap. I could see the glistening edge of fear in Thorn's eyes, the way his hands trembled at his sides. It was the fear of a man who had faced the abyss and thought he had turned away. And in that moment, I realized, we were all searching for something, Ilara in her relentless pursuit of truth, Thorn in his desperate need for safety, and me, caught in the crossfire, yearning for peace but craving the thrill of chaos. The clock struck, a sound so deep, so resonant, it echoed through the cobblestone streets. A reminder that time was slipping away, dragging us toward a confrontation we could no longer evade. The seconds hung heavy like a pendulum, each tick a heartbeat, a breath, a moment until everything changed. The eyes of the crowd were upon us, the weight of their expectations pressing in. What would we become? What stories would we carry forward into the night, into the future? A part of me wanted to turn back, to leave the ghosts undisturbed. But beneath it all, a thread of exhilaration flickered. Maybe, just maybe, the evolution of our myths was the path toward liberation. And as the shadows deepened, I understood, this was not an ending. It was an awakening, a heartbeat echoing through time, and the myths would rise again, not as chains to bind us, but as wings to set us free. The wind howled through the empty streets of Gakova, a restless spirit haunting the night.
Shadows flickered like memories on the cobblestones, whispering secrets of an age long past. I stood there, heart pounding, pulse quickening, as the clock struck midnight. Every chime sliced the silence, a countdown to the inevitable clash between light and darkness, good and evil. I remember the faces, etched into my mind like scars, the Bard Hill, the fierce protector, and Myra, the fragile bloom in a field of despair. Bard Hill was the embodiment of strength wrapped in a shroud of vulnerability. His eyes held storms, swirling with anger and sorrow that could drown the sun. I watched him stand before the ancient oak tree, fingers trembling around the hilt of his sword, the blade glistening like a serpent poised to strike. He had lost so much, his family to the clutches of darkness, his faith eroded like stones washed away by relentless tides. Each night was a battle against the demons in his mind, the shadows that danced just out of reach. I will not let them take another, he swore, voice low and fierce, a growl that echoed through the silence. But deep within, the fear clawed at him, relentless. What if he was too late? What if he couldn't protect the last flicker of hope? I could see it, the flicker in his heart, fighting against the overwhelming weight of despair. Then there was Myra, a delicate creature caught in a storm she never asked for. Her laughter echoed like wind chimes in the darkness, a haunting melody that crushed against the rocks of despair. She was the last of her kind, the guardian of the stories, the tales that wove the fabric of our existence. Her love for Bard Hill was a tender thread, binding them through the chaos. But love can be both a sanctuary and a prison. I could see that in her eyes, the flicker of doubt. I'm scared, she whispered, voice barely a breath. What if they find me? Her words hung in the air, heavy like the scent of impending rain. I remember the way her hands trembled, the way she clutched the worn pages of her grandmother's book, a book filled with stories of bravery, of sacrifice, of light. But every hero needs to confront their shadow, and hers was creeping closer, claws reaching for her throat. The townsfolk murmured of omens, of nightmares living in the corners of their minds. They spoke of the evil that had seeped into the very ground they walked upon, whispering tales of lost souls, of cursed bloodlines. Bard Hill was their last hope, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But each time he donned his armor, I could see the cracks, his resolve flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out by the wind. And so they found themselves at the edge of the forest, where the trees twisted like grotesque figures, roots gripping the earth like desperate hands. It was there the clash would unfold, the meeting of light and dark, a raw confrontation that had been years in the making. As they stood beneath the gnarled branches, the air thickened with tension, an electric charge that felt alive. Shadows slithered, teasing the edges of their fear, whispering promises of what would be if they faltered. Together, Bard Hill breathed, his voice a lifeline tossed into the abyss. We will fight together. But I could see the doubt flickering in Myra's heart, a ghost haunting her spirit. She feared not for herself but for him. What if the darkness consumed him, leaving only a shell behind? They stood at the cusp of a nightmare, and I felt the weight of their unshed tears. The world was vast, filled with echoes of past battles, yet here, in this moment, it was just the two of them and the lurking shadows. And as they stepped forward, the wind whispered their names, a haunting chorus that promised both destruction and redemption. I remember the screams, primal and raw, as the first clash erupted, steel against steel, the sound sharp and jarring. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the forest itself seemed to hold its breath. Bard Hill fought with the fury of a hurricane, every swing of his sword a desperate plea for salvation. Myra, though small and fragile, summoned the voices of her ancestors, weaving her words into a tapestry of courage that wrapped around her like a shield. But the dark force was relentless, a swirling mass of hate and hunger, bearing down on them like a storm. I watched as Bard Hill faltered, the weight of the world pressing upon his shoulders. In that moment, I realized that good and evil were not just opposing forces, they were interconnected threads in a tapestry woven from the fabric of life, each influencing the other. Don't lose yourself to the shadows, Myra cried, her voice pierced through the chaos, reaching him like a beacon through the fog. Remember the stories. Remember us. In her eyes, I saw the flicker of hope, the glimmer of light that could cut through the darkest night. And then, amidst the swirling shadows, hope ignited. Bard Hill found his footing again, fueled by her unwavering spirit.
He roared, a sound that echoed through the ancient trees, shaking the very bones of the earth. The darkness recoiled, momentarily stunned by the sheer force of their bond. I was there, watching, feeling every heartbeat as they fought not just for their lives but for the stories that needed to be told, the memories that needed to be preserved. But as the clash intensified, I knew that the resolution would not be simple, and the shadows would not easily retreat. Now, the air was thick with anticipation, a suffocating silence that held the promise of either life or death. And as I stood, heart racing, breath held tight in my chest, I realized that this moment would ripple through time, creating echoes that would haunt the very essence of their existence. In the end, it was never just about good and evil. It was about choice, about the sacrifices made in the name of love and honor. Each character stood at a crossroads, and I felt the gravity of their decisions pulling at my soul. I knew then that every heartbeat, every breath, would carry the weight of their choices into eternity, an endless loop of stories waiting to be told. The moon hung high, a cold eye in the velvet sky, casting a silver glow over the village, illuminating the rooftops that seemed to huddle together in fear. A shriek pierced the night, sharp, raw, and filled with an anguish that seemed to echo through the very bones of the earth. Marin stood frozen, heart pounding, every nerve in her body electrified. Her younger brother, Thomas, lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide, as if he could see into the abyss itself. "Get up," she screamed, her voice trembling, barely able to reach the edges of the darkness that loomed around them. "Get up, Thomas!" But the shadows crept closer, whispering secrets, tangling with the cool breeze that enveloped them like a shroud. She felt it then, the weight of something unnameable. The air thickened, a presence creeping into the marrow of her bones. "The Striga," she muttered, a chill curling in her stomach. Tales of the witch, said to feast on the blood of children, whispered between villagers with hushed reverence, a wicked laughter echoing through their words. But this was no mere story, it was flesh and blood, a nightmare made real. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and Marin's thoughts spiraled. She remembered a time when laughter filled their home, the aroma of fresh bread mingling with the sweet scent of wildflowers. But those days were long gone, swallowed by the darkness that had crept into their lives like an uninvited guest. Their mother had fallen ill, the laughter drowned out by despair, and now, Thomas. She couldn't let him slip away. "Marin!" A voice shattered the night, Eldrick, the village's blacksmith, his silhouette a beacon of desperate hope against the encroaching shadows. He ran toward her, chest heaving, eyes wide with terror. "We need to go. It's not safe here." But the shadows twisted, and from the darkness, they emerged, figures cloaked in despair, the essence of sorrow coiling around them. "It's too late," one of them whispered, a voice sharp like shattered glass. "The Striga is hungry." Eldrick's eyes locked onto Thomas, fear etched deep in his brow. "Marin, please." His voice cracked, desperation spilling forth like the blood that stained the earth beneath their feet. "We can't save him unless we leave." Marin felt a swell of anger and helplessness rise within her, surging like a tide. "I won't leave him. He's my brother. I can't let her take him." The words burst forth, raw and wild, echoing into the night. Eldrick stepped closer, his gaze imploring and fierce. "Look around, Marin. The night is alive with her power. You must trust me, trust that we can fight her, but we need to move." He reached out, but she recoiled, the distance between them growing wider, filled with unspoken fears and unyielding love. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled, sending a shiver through her core, and Thomas gasped, the shadow of something far darker settling over him. It was in that moment, when despair threatened to swallow them whole, that the very fabric of the night split apart, revealing the grotesque form of the Striga herself. Hunched and twisted, her face a mask of hunger and sorrow, eyes glowing with an ethereal light, she seemed to draw the very darkness into herself. "I have come for what is mine," she hissed, voice slithering around them, suffocating and sweet. "He is fragile, so very fragile, just like the others." Marin's breath hitched, her mind racing. Memories of her childhood played in vivid flashes, the warmth of her mother's embrace, the laughter shared over simple meals, the stories that wove their lives together. "You won't take him." "I will not let you."
She stepped forward, her heart pounding in defiance. The Striga's laughter cracked like thunder, ringing out into the night. "Foolish girl. Love is a curse, and your heart is weak." Doubt clawed at Marin, but the fierceness of her love ignited a fire within her. "Love is strength. I will fight for him, even if it kills me." Her voice grew louder, rising above the howling wind, the shadows swirling like angry specters around her. Eldric, seeing her resolve, stepped beside her. "Together," he said, voice steady, unwavering. "We'll fight her together." Marin felt an electric surge as their hands clasped, warmth igniting in the chill of despair. The Striga recoiled, a snarl twisting her mouth. "You think you can defy me?" "Oh yes," Eldric said, breathless, "we will defy you. We will reclaim what you've stolen." As the night thickened, reality twisted. She could feel the world shimmer, the lines between love and fear blurring, each heartbeat a drum of defiance against the void. Memories flooded back, every late-night whisper, every shared secret, and they wove together like a spell, binding them against the encroaching darkness. With a sudden burst, the ground rumbled, and the air crackled as they plunged into the chaos, the confrontation looming like a storm on the horizon. The shadows danced around them, but Marin's heart beat with a fierce clarity. She would not let fear dictate their fate, she would carve their future from the very fabric of the night. But how? How could love fight against such darkness? She noticed the stars shimmering faintly above, distant yet steadfast, a reminder of hope amidst despair. The absurdity of it all flooded her mind. They were fighting a creature of nightmares, and yet, here they stood, hearts ablaze against the void. The Striga lunged, a blur of darkness and malice, and Marin felt time stretch, every second an eternity as they braced for impact. In that moment, she knew love was not a weapon but a shield. It would protect them, guide them through the unseen horrors that awaited. And as they faced the witch with unwavering hearts, the night held its breath, the culmination of their fears and hopes hanging in the air, an unending pulse of life and death, light and shadow. Each heartbeat echoed, reverberating through the silence, the fight not only for Thomas but for every lost soul who dared to believe that love could conquer even the darkest of nightmares. No matter the outcome, they were not alone. The shadows around them were a tapestry woven with memories, dreams, and a desperate yearning for life. And as the confrontation built, the world held onto the thin thread of that hope, spiraling ever onward into the unknown. The wind howled, a ghostly wail echoing through the jagged peaks of the Albanian Alps, as if the mountains themselves were mourning. Somewhere in the shadows, a wolf prowled, its eyes glinting with the kind of hunger that gnaws at the soul. I stood, paralyzed beneath the weight of an ancient prophecy, the icy grip of fear wrapping around my heart. Blood-red memories seeped into my mind like ink on parchment, stories told by my grandmother, each one a tribute to the beasts that breathed life into our myths, those creatures that lurked in the dark corners of our fears and desires. Besnik, my childhood friend, stood beside me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Once, we had shared laughter beneath the summer sun, but now the shadows swallowed him whole. The fear etched on his face was a mirror to my own, a reflection of our shared past where tales of the bear, the protector, the fierce guardian of the forest, danced with the legends of the fox, sly and cunning, always one step ahead. "You remember the stories," he whispered, his voice trembling like a leaf in autumn. "I remember," I replied, my heart racing, "the stories of the animals who haunt our dreams." In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe, the very fabric of our reality shifting. A raven cawed overhead, a dark omen, its wings slicing through the night like knives. I thought of the ancient belief that the raven carried souls to the afterlife, an eerie messenger, ink-black and unyielding. Its cry echoed in my ears, an unrelenting reminder of mortality, of the ghosts that lingered just out of sight. We were not just standing on this precipice, we were teetering at the edge of a forgotten world where animals were more than mere creatures, they were our guides, our tormentors, our saviors. Besnik's eyes darted to the shadows, and I could sense his mind racing. What if they come for us? His voice trembled. What if the wolf is not just a wolf? What if it's something more? The air tightened around us, thick with tension. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him that we were safe, that myths were just stories. but the truth clung to my throat like a noose. I remembered the old tales, the wolf as the harbinger of death, the embodiment of the fierce protector turned vengeful spirit. A chill swept through me, and memories crashed like waves, relentless and unforgiving. I could see the ghostly figure of my grandfather, his eyes filled with wisdom as he spoke of the significance of animals in our culture, the bear, revered as a deity, the fox, symbolizing trickery and wit. Every animal, he had said, is a reflection of ourselves, our fears, our desires. Those words haunted me, twisting like a serpent around my heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us. A rush of wind swept through the trees, and I could feel the pulse of the forest quicken, a heartbeat, alive and hungry. "Run!" I shouted, but my legs felt like lead, rooted in place as if the earth had claimed me. Besnik's face turned pale, a ghost mirroring the fear in my own heart. In his eyes, I saw the flickering shadows of doubt and dread. "What if it's too late?" he cried, the words spilling from his lips like a desperate prayer. Then, in the depths of darkness, I saw it. The wolf, monstrous and magnificent, emerged from the shadows, its fur glistening with a sheen that reflected the pale light of the moon. It stood before us, a creature of myth-made flesh, its presence both alluring and terrifying. The legends whispered of its power, a creature that could see through the veil of reality, a judge of souls. I felt the air thicken, a tangible weight pressing down on us as if we were being drawn into a cosmic dance between fate and choice. The wolf's gaze pierced through me, demanding to be seen. "What do you seek?" its eyes seemed to ask, a challenge hidden beneath layers of fur and instinct. Besnik faltered, his voice stumbling over the words he couldn't find. I opened my mouth, but the truth was a flickering candle in a storm, extinguished by uncertainty. What did I seek? Redemption? Understanding? Or perhaps, like so many before me, I craved the thrill of the chase, the wild abandon that came with confronting my fears. "I remember," I murmured, the words tumbling from my lips like rain. "I remember the stories, the warnings wrapped in layers of meaning. The wolf is the protector, but it also consumes." The creature before us did not move, its stillness a paradox between predator and guardian, a silent guardian of the threshold between life and death. The forest held its breath, the world around us suspended in that heart-stopping moment. Besnik took a step forward, his voice a trembling whisper. "What if it consumes us?" he asked, and in that moment, I understood. The wolf was not merely an animal, it was a reflection of our darkest fears, our deepest desires. We were standing at the edge of our own abyss, and the wolf was the gatekeeper, offering us a choice: embrace our fears or let them consume us whole. The wind howled again, a cacophony of voices merging into a single plea. My heart raced, the pulse of the universe resonating with my own. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, stories swirling like leaves in a tempest. We were entwined in a web spun from myth and memory, our fates linked to the very animals that embodied our struggles. I reached for Besnik, my fingers brushing against his arm. "We have to face it," I said, my voice steadying, a newfound resolve igniting within me. The wolf, the fox, the bear, they were not our enemies, they were our kin, our reflections, and to turn away would be to deny a part of ourselves. As the wolf stepped closer, the shadows receded, revealing the depths of our souls laid bare, vulnerable, raw, and aching with the weight of unspoken truths. This was the heart of our mythology, the symbolism that bound us. In the dance of life and death, in the faces of the beasts that watched us from the dark, we found our own identities carved from the flesh of legend and lore. And as I took a deep breath, the air crackling with possibility, I knew the confrontation had only just begun. The forest would not let us go so easily, the animals were waiting for us to awaken, to embrace the stories that had shaped our existence. In that eerie silence, with the wolf's gaze locked on mine, I felt the world shift, an unending loop of myth and memory, forever entangled in the fabric of our souls. The night was thick, a velvet shroud hanging over the cobbled streets of Gjirokastor, where the air felt heavy like a promise wrapped in shadows. I stood there, heart pounding like war drums, as the whispers of the past curled around me like smoke. They say the dead never truly leave, they linger, haunting the alleyways, waiting for the unwary to tread on sacred soil.
With each step deeper into the night, I could hear it, the barely audible murmur of ancient truths fighting to surface from the depths of oblivion. Beside me, Caltrina shifted uneasily, her green eyes flickering with the light of a distant torch. She was a daughter of the mountains, fierce yet fragile, with a spirit forged in the fires of resistance. Beneath her bravado lay a turmoil as fierce as a tempest, the kind that could swallow a soul whole. I could sense the conflict gripping her, the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her shoulders. "Do you think they're watching?" she whispered, each word a tremor in the stillness. I nodded, remembering the stories my grandmother told, tales woven with the fibers of fear and longing. The myths, steeped in blood, were born from centuries of subjugation under Ottoman rule. There was a darkness in those tales, of the vicious Kulshadra, a dragon-like creature that fed on the souls of the unworthy, of the bold hero Mujo who dared defy the heavens themselves. "They never left us," I replied, my voice barely more than a breath. "They are here, in the stones, in the shadows. They are our guardians, and our tormentors." Across the street, a flickering lantern illuminated the silhouette of a man, a stranger, perhaps a ghost of the past. His eyes glinted with a knowing light, and for a moment, I thought I saw the echo of a long-forgotten warrior who had once fought for freedom. It was absurd, really, how history cleaved to the land like an unyielding vine, ensnaring us in its relentless grip. "Isn't that just madness?" Caltrina said, her laughter ringing sharp and hollow. "To think we're haunted by legends, by the very chains that bind us. I mean, my love life is already a horror story. And yet, here we are, searching for answers that may never come." I chuckled, but the laughter lodged in my throat, bittersweet. We were caught in a web of mythology and reality, where the lines blurred like smoke in the wind. Every tale of love was tainted by betrayal, every triumph shadowed by the spectre of the past. "Madness?" I responded. "Or perhaps clarity. To acknowledge the ghosts means we remember, and to remember means we are not lost." A sudden crash shattered the stillness. My heart raced, and I reached for Caltrina, feeling her pulse quicken beneath my fingers. The darkness seemed to close in, thickening with fear and uncertainty. From the shadows stepped a figure, tall and cloaked in a tattered shroud. His face obscured, he exuded an aura of sorrow, the kind that clung like fog. "You seek the truth, children," he rasped, voice like gravel scraping against stone. "But truth is a blade that cuts both ways." "Who are you?" Caltrina's voice trembled, but there was defiance in her words. "Another ghost, another myth. A harbinger," he said, stepping closer. "A reminder of the chains that bind. The Ottomans wove their tales into yours, tainting the very fabric of your being. You carry their burdens, their curses." I felt the weight of his words, heavy and suffocating. The Ottoman Empire had seeped into our myths like poison, twisting the heroic figures into tragic shadows of themselves. The beauty of our legends was marred by the scars of oppression, by the relentless struggle for identity. "What do you know of our pain?" I challenged, a surge of anger igniting within me. "You speak of chains, we feel their weight every day." He looked at me then, and in his gaze, I saw centuries of sorrow, of dreams crushed underfoot. "I know," he said softly. "But pain is a double-edged sword. It can forge you or destroy you. The legends you cling to will either free you or imprison you further." Caltrina stepped forward, her breath ragged with emotion. "How do we break the chains? How do we reclaim our stories?" "By facing them," he replied, voice low and haunting. "By confronting the darkness within and without. Your ancestors fight alongside you, they always have, but you must listen. In the darkest nights, when the stars are obscured, that is when their whispers are loudest." The air crackled with intensity, a storm brewing both outside and within us. I felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath my feet, and the weight of my own heritage pressed against my chest. "I remember," I whispered, "the tales of my grandfather, the songs of rebellion sung in secret, the blood spilled for the land we love." Caltrina closed her eyes, breathing deep as if trying to absorb the essence of our plight. "I remember," she echoed, voice steady, "the nights spent recounting legends, the fear that gripped our hearts, the hope that flickered like a candle in the dark.
The stranger's eyes glinted, a flash of something ancient. Then remember this, the chains are forged of fear and ignorance, but they can be shattered by courage and knowledge. You are not merely the sum of your past, you are the architects of your future. The air hung thick with unspoken truths. Shadows danced at the corners of my vision, and I could swear I heard the distant echo of laughter, the clinking of goblets, the clash of swords. The past was alive, breathing, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. But just as quickly as he appeared, the stranger was gone, evaporating into the night like smoke carried by the wind. We stood there, hearts racing, a newfound fire igniting within us. The stories flowed, a torrent of emotion, a binding thread that could not be severed. In that moment, the world felt possible, alive with the weight of history and the promise of tomorrow. And as we stepped into the shadows, the myths transformed around us, a living tapestry woven from the threads of our shared truth, our pain, our defiance. Together, we would face the darkness, for the legends were not ours alone, they belonged to the very essence of who we were. The drums thump like a heartbeat, echoing through the dense, suffocating fog that curls around the figures dancing in the moonlight. The air crackles with a potent mix of fear and longing, laced with the sharp scent of earth after rain. Shadows twist among the trees, and somewhere, a wolf howls, a mournful cry that feels like a plea to the stars. I stand at the edge, heart racing, eyes wide, caught between the electric pull of the music and the sinister whisper of the night. A figure breaks from the fray, Anna, her wild hair swirling like a tempest, eyes alight with an energy that feels almost otherworldly. She dances fiercely, a tempestuous spirit, but beneath that fierce exterior lies a heart weighed down by the burden of loss. I remember her laughter, how it used to echo like a melody through the valleys of our childhood, now replaced by silence, an emptiness that gnaws at her soul. As she spins, her foot slips in the mud, and I feel a jolt of panic. Will this be the moment she falls, or will she soar? Beside her, Lucas moves with an urgency that mirrors the pounding of my heart. He's got that reckless charm, the way he throws himself into every step, every note, as if each dance could erase the ghosts that haunt him. I remember the stories, the ones he tells over campfires, eyes flickering with excitement, but there's a darkness just beneath the surface. The loss of his sister weighs heavily on him, an anchor pulling him under, and every movement feels like an act of defiance against the shadows that whisper her name. Music for him is both salvation and a curse, a frantic beat that he hopes can drown out the echoes of his past. The drumbeat intensifies, a relentless pulse that wraps around us like chains. I can feel the heat radiating from the fire, the flames licking at the night as if trying to consume the palpable grief hanging in the air. The melodies spiral, weaving through the dancers' movements, each note echoing their pain and joy to a symphony of contradictions. The crowd sways as if possessed, their faces painted with expressions that flicker between ecstasy and despair. It's a primal release, a collective heartbeat intertwined with the earth, the cosmos, the very essence of life and death. And then, just as suddenly, the music shifts, turning haunting and slow, a mournful dirge that cuts through the exhilaration like a knife. I see Anna falter, her resolve cracking like fragile glass. The weight of her past presses down, a tidal wave of sorrow that threatens to drown her. I remember the night she lost her brother, how the laughter stopped, how the dance was silenced forever. In this moment, she stands still, a statue carved from grief, her heartbeat drowning beneath the swell of the music. Lucas reaches for her, but the distance between them feels like a chasm. Anna, don't stop, he shouts, his voice cracking, desperation lacing every syllable. But the shadows creep closer, wrapping around her like a shroud. The drums pound, wild and frenzied, urging her to move, to reclaim herself, but the rhythm falters as the weight of her memories crushes her spirit. I want to scream, to shake her until the memories fall away, but I stand frozen, trapped in this moment. The air is thick, charged with an intensity that leaves me gasping. I remember standing on the edge of a cliff, heart racing, the world sprawling beneath me, a moment in time where everything felt possible, yet terrifyingly out of reach. That's how I feel now, watching them dance on the precipice of despair. And then, as if the universe has been holding its breath, a sudden shift. Lucas steps into her space, the music swelling around them like a tidal wave. He takes her hand, and for a heartbeat, the world stands still. The drums drop into a deep,
resonant beat that vibrates through my bones, pulling us all back into the rhythm of life. There's a raw power in their connection, a promise whispered between them, a chance to heal, to rise from the ashes of their losses. "Dance with me, Anna," he urges, his voice a low growl, filled with determination and tenderness. "Feel the music, let it carry you." Her eyes flicker with uncertainty, but there's a spark beneath the fear. I remember the countless times we'd danced as children, limbs entwined in laughter, as if nothing could touch us. The weight of the world slips away, replaced by a primal drive to move, to exist in this moment. The shadows recede, and she begins to sway, the rhythm catching hold of her once more. The flames leap higher, casting a glow that flickers against the darkness, illuminating the faces around us, each one echoing the same desperate need. The music swells, vibrating through us, rising to a crescendo. I can feel it in my chest, a wild pulse of life. Each beat seems to say, "You are not alone, you are alive." I watch as Anna throws her head back, releasing a laugh that cuts through the night like a beacon. Her spirit ignites, finally breaking free from the chains of sorrow. Lucas mirrors her, their bodies moving as one, weaving a tapestry of resilience, a dance that speaks of grief but also of hope. But the darkness is still there, lurking at the edges, waiting for a moment of weakness. And just as I think they might withstand it, the haunting notes weave their way back into the melody, whispering of fate's cold embrace. I feel it, the tension crackling in the air, the uncertainty of this fragile moment. In the midst of their dance, I see the shadows lengthen, time stretching like a taut string ready to snap. I remember the night skies, the stars that felt so close, yet so far away, as if they were watching, judging, waiting. The music pulses, a heartbeat echoing through the void, and I know that this moment isn't just theirs, it belongs to all of us. We are tethered to each other by this shared experience, bound by the music that flows through our veins. And as the final notes begin to fade, I hold my breath, knowing the dance will not end, that the echoes of their struggle will continue to resonate within us, intertwining our stories, forever connected. The beat will thrum on, and we will carry this moment with us, weaving it into our own narratives, a relentless rhythm that refuses to let us forget. The clock struck midnight. In the flickering light of a dying candle, shadows danced across the walls of the small, cluttered room. 3 faces, uncertain, bereaved, yearning, were silhouetted against the glow. The air was thick, heavy with unspoken words and a tension that crackled like electricity. A storm raged outside, echoing the turmoil within. It was not just a storm of wind and rain, it was a tempest of memory, loss, and the relentless pull of heritage. I remember the first time I heard the tales, the legends of my ancestors that wrapped around my heart like a shroud. My grandmother's voice was the wind whispering through the mountains, her words imbued with the weight of centuries. "The legends are alive," she would say. "They breathe through us." Now, as I stand here, the echoes of her voice clash against the chaos of my surroundings. They are a distant memory, and yet so immediate, so raw. Beside me, Anna shifts restlessly. Her green eyes, usually bright like spring leaves, are clouded with uncertainty. She clutches a tattered book of legends, pages yellowing with age, a lifeline to the world we've left behind. "What if we can't remember?" she whispers, a tremor in her voice. "What if they slip away from us forever?" There's an urgency in her words, a fear that gnaws at her soul. I can feel it too, that gnawing terror that heritage, like smoke, might dissolve into nothingness. Across the room, Drayton stands, his jaw tight, fists clenched. The weight of expectation rests heavily on his shoulders, the burden of his family's legacy pressing down like an anvil. He's the protector, the one who must carry the flame. Yet the flame flickers, blinkered by doubt. "We can't lose this," he says, voice low but fierce, a storm gathering in his chest. "We owe it to them." The them hangs in the air, a ghostly reminder of all we've left behind. Outside, thunder rumbles, a warning, a promise. The storm is not merely a backdrop, it is a character in this unfolding drama, intertwining our fates with the land of our forebears. I find myself lost in thought, each raindrop a heartbeat, each gust of wind a sigh from the past. I remember my grandmother telling stories of mythical heroes, brave souls who stood against tyranny, fierce defenders of our culture.
I remember the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the tales of the Albanian mountains, of the ancient songs sung to the stars. But now, as echoes of laughter turn to whispers of sorrow, I feel the weight of our diaspora. We have scattered like seeds carried by the wind, each of us searching for a piece of home in foreign lands. How do you carry the essence of a place in your heart when your feet tread upon alien soil? How do you keep the embers of tradition alive when the world around you demands conformity? Dryton's voice breaks through my reverie. We need to share these stories. It's our duty. There's desperation in his tone, a plea that pushes against the storm. They can't be lost. The legends must endure. They are our roots. His fists unclench, and I see the passion burning in his eyes, a flame that refuses to be extinguished. Anna nods, tears glistening like tiny stars in her eyes. But how do we share what we don't fully understand? Her voice trembles, and I can almost feel the weight of ancestral expectations resting heavy on her shoulders. What if we fail? The question hangs in the air, suffocating, a spectre that looms large over us. It is not just a fear, it is a haunting. I take a step forward, turning to face them. I remember when I thought I would forget, I say, my voice raw, vulnerable. But these stories, they live in us. They pulse with our blood. Each time we speak them, we breathe life into our ancestors' dreams. It's not about perfection, it's about connection. My heart races, each beat echoing the urgency of our mission. The storm outside intensifies, a roaring crescendo that matches the rising tide of emotion in the room. We are their voices, I say, the words pouring out of me like a torrent, flowing and unrestrained. Our very existence is a rebellion against oblivion. I can see the flicker of hope ignite in Dryton's eyes, a spark that refuses to be snuffed out. Let's do it, he says, stepping closer, his voice resolute now. Let's gather the stories, the legends. Let's sing them into the world. We can't let the storms of time erase who we are. The challenge crackles in the air, charged with possibility, igniting something powerful within us. Anna wipes her tears, a small smile breaking through the darkness. Then let's start now. Her voice quivers, but there's strength there too, like a fragile flower pushing through concrete. The fear still lingers, but now it is tempered with determination, a fierce resolve to reclaim our narrative, to embrace the stories that have shaped us. As the storm rages, we huddle together, voices rising in a blend of Albanian and broken English, a tapestry woven from the threads of history. Each word is a heartbeat, each tale a lifeline. We are warriors of memory, defenders of our heritage, standing against the tide of forgetfulness. Outside, the storm howls, but inside, there is a revolution unfolding, a rebellion against silence, against disconnection, against the fear of erasure. The legends are more than tales, they are the pulse of our identity, echoing through the chambers of our hearts. They bind us, three imperfect souls fighting against the encroaching darkness, the shadows of oblivion. In this moment, in this room filled with the ghosts of our ancestors, we are alive. The storm is a reminder of the chaos beyond, but here, we are not just preserving history, we are igniting a flame, a fire that will burn through the ages. The legends will live, and we will carry them forward, an unbroken chain of stories, woven into the fabric of who we are. We are not alone, we are many. The night may threaten to engulf us, but together, we will shine. The wind howled through the ancient hills, carrying whispers of old gods and forgotten sorrows. Shadows danced beneath the trees, flickering like the memories of those who walked before. In the heart of the night, the air was thick with tension, a storm brewing somewhere deep within. I felt it in my bones, the weight of destinies colliding. Jana stood at the edge of the cliff, her heart racing like a wild stallion, veins pumped with both fear and defiance. The moon hung high, illuminating her tear-streaked face, its cold light revealing the raw edges of her pain. She was lost, caught between her ancestors' legends and the bleak reality of her family's fate. I remember the stories, she whispered, voice trembling. I remember the way the mountains spoke of heroes and monsters, of sacrifice and betrayal. Her brother, Ili, was a mere shadow behind her, battling his own demons. His fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white as snow. Jana, don't! You don't understand what you're risking. His words cracked like thunder, echoing off the rocks, as if the very mountains listened, waiting for the clash of fate. Fear stirred in his chest, a mixture of protectiveness and a haunting specter of helplessness. Did he have the strength to pull her back? Or would he watch her fall into the abyss? The tales recounted by their grandmother had always been vivid: the Kulshadra, the serpentine dragon that devoured the sun, the restless souls wandering the graveyards, forever chained to their unfulfilled desires. We are woven into this fabric of myths, Illy, she cried, frustration exploding from her, fierce as the storm brewing above. You can't ignore them. I'm trying to protect you, he shot back, the tremor in his voice betraying the deep-seated fear that clawed at his heart. These myths don't care about us. They bring nothing but pain. The clock of destiny ticked ominously behind them, its hands moving too fast, too slow, never quite in sync with their hearts. Jana glanced back, sensing the ghosts of their ancestors, trailing behind like shadows, urging her forward. They were whispers in the night, yearning for closure, for redemption. She could feel their hunger, their desperation, a swirling vortex of emotions that caught her breath. The silence shattered as a distant roar filled the air. A beast, a creature of legend, a Kulshadra, slithering through the night, seeking what it had lost. We're not safe here, Illy shouted, panic surfacing like a tidal wave. But deep within, he felt the allure. The stories had always promised power, a connection to something greater. A part of him yearned to embrace that darkness, even if it meant losing himself. Maybe it's time to confront them, she said, voice low and steady, a stark contrast to the chaos swirling around them. We can't run from our bloodline, from the past that breathes through us. It's a part of who we are. His heart sank, a fragile vessel in a storm. And what if that part is cursed? His own memories flooded in, his childhood filled with tales of revenge, of blood feuds that marred their family's name, of betrayals that turned brothers into enemies. Those stories were not just entertainment, they were warnings. Jana turned, eyes aflame with a passion that bordered on madness. Then let's break the curse. Let's rewrite the ending. The intensity in her voice pierced the thick veil of darkness surrounding them, a desperate light trying to shine through the shadows. She was fierce, imbued with the hope of generations past, yearning for the freedom that eluded them. But hope can be a double-edged sword. It cuts deep when it fails, when dreams turn to ashes against the relentless tide of reality. Illy saw it then, the haunted look in her eyes, a reflection of their family's fractured legacy. What if we lose everything? He asked quietly, fear wrapping around his heart like a vice. What if the stories are true? There was a moment of stillness, a breath suspended in time. The howls of the wind seemed to pause, as if the world held its breath. Jana's gaze softened, the fire dimming just enough to reveal the vulnerability beneath her fierce exterior. Then we lose everything together, she replied, a fragile promise hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. The beast roared again, a primal sound that echoed the anguish of centuries. It was a reminder of what awaited them if they faltered, if they let their fear dictate their choices. The darkness crept closer, wrapping around Illy like a shroud, threatening to engulf him whole. And yet, there was something intoxicating about the danger, the thrill of confronting their own myth, of facing the monstrous legacy that shaped them. Let's make our own story, Jana declared, her voice rising above the tempest, fierce and unyielding. Not just for us, but for every soul lost in the shadows. Her words hung in the air, a challenge to the very fabric of their existence. A crack in the universe where hope seeped through, a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, the tension shifted, an electric pulse racing between them. A choice loomed, sharp and clear. Would they face the beast, confront their myth, or would they succumb to the shadows, losing themselves in the void? The winds howled, the earth trembled beneath their feet, and somewhere in the distance, the echoes of ancient chants wove through the air, calling, beckoning, igniting the blood in their veins. The night was alive with stories, waiting to be told, to be rewritten. And as they stood at the precipice, hearts pounding like war drums, a sense of unity began to form, a fragile but undeniable bond that could either save them or lead them to ruin. Together, Illy breathed, the word a fragile promise, a lifeline thrown into the tempest.
The stories of their ancestors swirled around them, a cacophony of voices urging them to step into the unknown, to embrace the chaos. And just like that, the storm began to swell, lightning illuminating the darkness, crackling with the energy of untold myths. They took a step forward, hearts entwined with the echoes of a shared destiny, the weight of their families passed heavy on their shoulders as the shadows closed in, and the beast let out another earth-shattering roar. In that moment, something within them shifted, a haunting realization that they were not just products of their lineage but architects of their fate, wielders of the very myths that sought to bind them. The night stretched on, alive with possibility and peril, as they stood at the brink, ready to face whatever awaited them in the darkness. Would they rewrite their story, or would they become yet another whisper lost in the echoes of time? Time itself seemed to hold its breath, watching, waiting, as their journey had only just begun. The wind howled like a banshee through the narrow streets of Shkodra, rattling the shutters of forgotten houses. I stood there, teeth chattering, heart pounding, the weight of generations brushing against my skin like cold fingers. The air was thick, alive with stories that whispered through the cracks of ancient stones. Shadows danced under the flickering street lamps, and I could almost see them, the ghosts of my ancestors, their eyes wide with unspeakable truths. In the distance, I heard the steady beat of a drum, each thud resonating deep within my chest. It was a call to arms, a rallying cry that pulled at the strings of my heart, urging me to confront the echoes of my past. But who was I to answer that call? A girl lost in a city steeped in myth, where every corner echoed with tales of the Kulshedra, the dragon that demanded sacrifices, and the fierce women of the Albanian mountains who stood against the tide of fate. And then there was Lyra. Fierce, unyielding Lyra, standing on the precipice of her fate, her fists clenched like iron. She was a modern-day warrior, yet her soul was an ancient battlefield. I remember her eyes, reflecting a storm of defiance and despair. "They say you can't escape your destiny," she spat, her voice cutting through the suffocating silence like a knife. But I refused to be a pawn in this game of shadows. Behind her fierce determination lay a brittle fragility, a truth she dared not acknowledge. She had lost so much. Her father, a casualty of old feuds and unyielding traditions, had become a ghost haunting her every step. Night after night, she roamed these streets, seeking the heart of the myths that bound her, those stories that spoke of honor and vengeance, of women warriors and the price of courage. She wore her pain like armor, it both shielded and suffocated her. I remember, she whispered one evening, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. I remember my father's laughter, how it rang through these streets. It feels like a distant echo now, but I can still hear it. In her words, I felt the tremors of grief, the weight of unfulfilled dreams. And then there was Genti, the joker, who wore his heart on his sleeve and masked his fears with laughter. "You know, I only bathe once a year," he teased, a crooked smile playing on his lips. So, romance was a bit earthy. He had a knack for finding light in the darkest corners, yet beneath his humor lay a chasm of sorrow. Genti had grown up in the shadow of his brother's legacy, a hero who had fought against the Kulshedra and had been swallowed by the very myths that revered him. "It's like I'm living in his shadow, a ghost in his clothes," he confessed one night, the moon casting a silvery glow on his troubled face. "I can't escape it, no matter how hard I try." The three of us were bound by fate and myth, converging in this city that felt both ancient and painfully alive. Each step we took echoed with the weight of our stories, drawn together by the threads of Albanian folklore, the tales of the Besa, the sacred vow that tied our destinies to one another, and the haunting melodies of the past that wove through our present. We danced around the edges of our fears, each moment a delicate balance between laughter and despair. "Tell me," Lyra said one evening as we gathered by the river, the water shimmering like a million lost dreams. "Do you believe in curses?" Her voice trembled, and an unseen tension hung heavy in the air. "Do you think we're cursed to repeat our ancestors' mistakes?" The river flowed slowly beside us, a reminder of time's relentless march, and I found my breath hitching in my throat. "Maybe," I replied, the words tumbling out like stones. "But maybe it's not just about the past. Maybe it's about how we choose to face it." The night deepened, shadows creeping closer, and Genti's laughter rang out like a bell in the darkness. "If we're cursed, then we'll just have to make it a comedy, right?" His joke fell flat, swallowed by the stillness that followed. In that moment, we were suspended between laughter and tears, our hearts heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. We were young, yet we carried the burdens of our ancestors, the echoes of ancient battles and fierce loves that lingered in the air like ghosts. As the moon rose high, casting an eerie glow over the city, we found ourselves drawn to the old amphitheater, a crumbling relic of a forgotten time. It felt alive, pulsating with energy, a reminder of the stories that had unfolded here long before our time. What if we acted them out? Genti suggested, his eyes sparkling with mischief. What if we became the heroes of our own myths? The suggestion hung heavily in the air, a tantalizing whisper that ignited something deep within us, a flicker of hope, a glimmer of rebellion against the weight of our destinies. But as we stood there, caught between the allure of myth and the grip of reality, a chill swept through the air. The shadows thickened, swirling around us like a living entity, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Stories had power, and the weight of our ancestors seemed to press down upon us, a reminder that the past was never truly buried. "We can't escape them," Lyra said softly, her gaze fixed on the ruins. "No matter how hard we try." The wind howled again, a mournful cry that carried the weight of their stories, the Kulshedra, the women of the mountains, the passion and pain that shaped our very existence. And in that moment, the line blurred between the past and the present. My heart raced, every beat a reminder of the tales woven into the fabric of who we were, who we could become. As we stood there, the shadows beckoning us closer, I felt the stories of my ancestors wrap around me, pulling me into their world, a world where courage battled despair, where laughter danced with heartbreak, and where every moment held the potential for magic. It was an invitation to confront the ghosts that lingered in the corners of our souls, an urging to embrace the myths that shaped us and carve our own paths amidst the echoes of the past. A thunderous roar echoed in the distance, a reminder that the Kulshedra still stirred, waiting for those brave enough to face her. And so, we stood at the precipice of our destinies, hearts pounding, the weight of generations behind us, and the night stretched out before us, vast and infinite, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the stories to unfold. The moon hangs like a silver coin, casting a cold glow over the desolate ruins of an ancient village, its stones whispering tales of loss and betrayal. Night has settled in, a heavy blanket suffocating the cries of the past. I stand at the heart of it, heart pounding, blood rushing, the weight of generations pressing upon my shoulders. A chill runs down my spine as I see her, the figure of a woman cloaked in shadows, her face half hidden but her eyes aflame with the fury of forgotten gods. Lyra, my sister, my anchor. She stands there, lips trembling, caught between the legend of our ancestry and the harsh reality of modern life. "Do you hear them?" she murmurs, her voice barely a breath, riddled with a trembling desperation. "The voices of our ancestors, they're angry. They want us to remember." I shiver, unsure if it's from the biting wind or the truth of her words. I remember the stories she told me as children, when the moon was our playground and the stars our companions. The tales of the Kulshedra, a serpent that swallowed the sun, of the fierce Sona, a warrior spirit guarding the mountains, of the fairies that danced on the edge of our dreams and left behind laughter like the tinkling of crystal. But now, those tales are fading, abandoned like the crumbling walls around us. "Lyra," I say, urgency clawing at my throat, "we can't let them die out. We can't." The words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of 1,000 regrets. I feel the ground beneath me, a history built from the ashes of myth and reality, and it trembles as if responding to the truth. And then, he appears. Bardhill, the skeptical flame in our trio, the one who rolls his eyes at each tale Lyra spins, who scoffs at the idea of a dragon tucked away in a mountain cave. He stands at the edge of the shadows, arms crossed, brow furrowed. "You two are chasing ghosts," he says, his voice dripping with disbelief. "These stories? They're just dust. They won't save us from this world." I want to scream, to shake him until he understands. What if these stories are the only things that can save us? The only connection to who we are? He shakes his head, the disdain palpable, yet behind his bravado, I sense a flicker of fear. Fear of losing ourselves, fear of change that unravels the very fabric of our existence.
You think holding on to these old myths will bring back what we've lost? The world isn't going to wait for us to catch up with our fantasies. The air thickens with tension, an electric pulse that resonates with our doubts and dreams alike. I remember Illyra's voice, the way it flowed like a river through my childhood, soothing yet powerful. Bard Hill, it's not just about nostalgia. It's about identity. Without our myths, who are we? Just shadows wandering in a city that eats souls. Her words ignite something within me, a memory of my grandmother's tales, each word a spell woven through our lives. We are the stories we carry, I whisper, feeling the weight of those words wrap around us like a protective shroud. If we lose them, we lose ourselves. The night deepens, the shadows grow longer, and every heartbeat echoes through the silence, a reminder of the urgency, the fragility of our existence. Illyra's face is pale, illuminated by the moonlight, and I see the fear etched in her features. What if we are the last custodians of our mythology, she asks, a tremor in her voice that resonates with the haunting truth. Then we fight, Bard Hill replies, his bravado slipping for just a moment. We fight for every word, every tale, every scrap of history that remains. I nod, feeling the gravity of our resolve pulling us closer, binding us together. The world outside this village is a cacophony of modernity, a smog of technology erasing the lines of our heritage. But here, in the heart of the past, we can still breathe life into the myths that shaped us. The howling wind carries the distant cries of a past long forgotten, and I close my eyes, opening the door to memories that flutter like moths in the dark. I remember the fires we would light on winter nights, the warmth of stories wrapping around us, the laughter blooming like wildflowers in spring. What would it take to protect that warmth? What sacrifices would we endure to keep the ghosts of our ancestors alive? Illyra's hand finds mine, a lifeline in this tempest of uncertainty. We can create something new, she says with a fierce determination. A bridge between the old and the new, a revival of our stories, alive and breathing. Bard Hill's expression softens, and for a fleeting moment, I see the flicker of hope dancing in his eyes. All right, he says, the weight of disbelief lifting, let's give them a voice. But the night isn't done with us yet. A low rumble echoes from the depths of the mountains, a tremor that shakes the very ground we stand on. The air grows thick, electric. The cool Shadra, Illyra breathes, eyes wide, fiery resolve igniting her spirit. It's time to awaken them. And just like that, we are thrust into the heart of the storm, the ancient myths clawing at the edges of our reality. Shadows twist and writhe, secrets hidden in the folds of time whispering through the cracks of our understanding. I look up, the moon a witness to our reckoning, the stars blinking as if urging us on. We're not just fighting for legends, we're fighting for ourselves, I whisper into the darkness, feeling every heartbeat resonate with the truth. The air thrums with the promise of confrontation, the journey ahead as wild and unpredictable as the myths that birthed us. We stand on the precipice of a revolution, our stories demand to be told, and we, forged from the fire of our ancestors, will rise. And in that moment, the world feels infinite, boundless. Each breath carries the weight of history, each heartbeat a drum echoing our determination. There's no going back now, the future of Albanian mythology is in our hands, and we are ready to breathe life back into the shadows. We are the storytellers, the guardians of the past, and the architects of a myth reborn. As we step forward, the echoes of the past intertwine with the promise of tomorrow, and I know, deep down in my bones, this is just the beginning.